Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, honorable members, special and permanent delegates. I will now allow for a moment of silence, prayer, or meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Recording stopped.
Honorable
Recording in
delegates, I would like
progress.
to remind delegates that rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 will apply. There's an indication that we will be having notices of motions and motions without notice. I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motions. I have a list of members who have indicated that they would like to have notices of motions. The first one will be done by the Acting Chief Whip, Honourable Mananiso from Gauteng.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hereby give notice that in the next meeting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debates measures to strengthen local economic development and address obstacles that disrupt the implementation of local economic development in many provinces across South Africa, and acknowledges that many municipalities in South Africa face a persisting and disconnecting lack of sufficient funding to drive LED initiatives that have seen escalating high levels of unemployment and poverty, with many provinces struggling to develop viable local economic development plans and initiatives to address the scourge of unemployment and poverty. So I move.
Thank you, Honourable Mananiso. The next member that indicated that they would like to submit a motion is Honourable Mokoena. I don't see her in the house. I don't know if she's on the virtual platform. Honourable Mokoena. In the absence of Honourable Mokoena, we will proceed to Honourable Midupi from the Northwest.
Ke a leboga motlotlegi le go ase
I hereby move a notice on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting in Council, I shall move that the Council debate measures to address the shortages of judges, to strengthen the fight against crime and advance the right of people to justice as a fundamental right enshrined in the Section 34 of the Constitution, and acknowledge that the shortage of judges creates an unfair barrier to the fundamental commitment to guarantees that everyone in South Africa has access to court to seek redress in fair and impartial process. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Midupi. Honourable Machobeni will be the next to submit a notice of motion.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that this House in the next sitting debates the collective failure of provincial education departments to spend hundreds of millions of rands in conditional grants meant to feed hungry children, build classrooms, and strengthen South Africa's collapsing education system. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Machobeni. I got an indication that Honourable Ndlovu is not in the House. Honourable Mukwele will take a motion on behalf of Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable Mukwele.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I hereby, on behalf of the African National Congress, that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debates the impact of the Israel-Palestinian conflict in advancing equitable rights for all motion and protecting the sovereignty of all nations. And two, while welcoming the watershed milestone towards the permanent resolution of the Palestinian-Israel conflict as represented by 20 points plan, it acknowledged that the unprecedented scale of civilian casualties, particularly amongst women, children, and in Gaza, has led to a major crisis for international law, revealing significant weakness in the enforcement and political will to protect the rights and sovereignty of all nations. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mukwele. This brings us to the end of the notices of motion. Honourable members, I will now allow an opportunity to delegates who wish to move for motions without notice. I have a list before me, and a list has 11 members, so each member will be given 1.5 minutes to do the motion. I will start with Honourable Mananiso, the Acting Chief Whip from Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with utmost concern on the ongoing protests by magistrates demanding higher wages, acknowledges that the concerns that the magistrates are raising, particularly regarding the integration of the justice system, have been ongoing for a long time, and calls on the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to find ways to address the concerns raised by the magistrates and ensure a sustainable long-term solution. I so move.
Having moved, Honourable Mananiso, is there an objection to the motion? There's no objection to the motion, therefore the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable Montwedi from the Northwest will be the next to take a motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House notes the prevalence of corruption in government that has continued to rob our people of basic services. Further note that yesterday in this council, we held a question and answer session with the President, Dr. Ramaphosa, who failed to answer some of the most basic questions about the state of both national and local government. Recognizes that the effects of corruption can seriously limit the development of our country's economy and undermine our good governance. Furthermore, acknowledge that in Matlosana local municipality, 12 million rands meant for low-income housing subsidy was redirected by officials allegedly to a law firm for their own personal benefit. And similarly, in Naledi local municipality in the Northwest, the mayor has for the past 3 years been using taxpayers' money used more than 20 million to defend the appointment of the municipal manager. All of this happening in full view of the provincial government. The EFF calls upon members of this council that when you go out on a provincial week, you must remain vigilant, gather facts, and bring those matters to this council to take them to the relevant ministers for their urgent intervention. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Montoedi. Is there an objection to the motion? Honourable Acting Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We want to object for the motion.
With this objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you, Honourable Montoedi. The next delegate to move with the motion is Honourable Dlangisa Nodata from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes with profound sadness and grief that a father of 5 tragically lost his life after he was stabbed to death while purchasing sweetbreads for his children at a shop located at a garage on Sunday evening in Mitchell's Plain, Cape Town. Further notes that according to a witness, Diego Soldat was at a garage buying Smarties and chocolates for his children at home, and on his way out, 2 guys just stabbed him 3 times. Also notes that he was declared deceased on the scene by medical personnel, and the unknown suspects fled, and they are yet to be arrested. And the ANC takes this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to the Soldat family and calls on the police to leave no stone unturned in their efforts to bring the perpetrators of this heinous crime to book. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no motion, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable Mhlongo will be the next to move a motion without notice.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the MK Party, I hereby submit a motion without notice that the Council notes with grave concern the alarming rise in substance abuse across South Africa, with particular reference to Mpumalanga, where a major drug laboratory was recently discovered and crystal meth worth 350 million rand that was seized. Furthermore, despite the arrest of 5 suspects linked to the operation, no prosecutions have been concluded, while millions of our young people continue to fall victim to drug addiction and related social ills. We call upon the Department of Social Development and South African police services and relevant local forums to strengthen their visibility and coordination in addressing substance abuse by intensifying prevention programs and providing comprehensive rehabilitation and aftercare support for recovering users through skills development and job placement, ensuring the Department of Social Development actively utilizes the PSEF. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Mhlongo. Is there an objection to the motion? The motion is then agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honourable member to move for the motion without notice is Honourable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to move without notice that the Council, one, note with profound sadness and grief the tragic deadly bus accident in Limpopo province where 42 lives of Zimbabwean and Malawian nationals were lost. Number 2, further note the preliminary investigation which revealed that the bus was significantly overloaded, carrying 91 people despite being certified for only 60 passengers. And take this opportunity to convey heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families and to send heartfelt condolences to the people of Zimbabwe and Malawi and the bereaved families of all those who lost their life. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Ngumalo. Is there an objection to the motion? The motion is therefore agreed to in terms of 65 of the Constitution. The next member to move with the motion without notice will be Honourable Finis.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes the agreement signed between the University of the Western Cape and COVAX in a significant step towards addressing the ongoing crisis in student accommodation. Further notes that the partnership has steadily transformed the COVAX precinct into a vibrant residential hub, which currently provides 1,100 safe, modern, and accessible accommodation spaces. Also notes that this latest phase of development will add 986 new beds, thus increasing the total capacity to nearly 2,000 beds, and takes this opportunity to congratulate the management of UWC on their efforts as they continue to explore innovative models to meet the growing student needs. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Finis. Is there an objection to the motion? The motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable Sibande will be the next to move the motion without notice.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to move without notice that the Council notes with utmost concern the persistence of the cash in transit in haste and ATM bombings in many parts of the country, acknowledges the tireless efforts of the police to wage concerted battle against cash in transit haste and ATM bombings, acknowledges that these crimes not only threaten national security, but also erode investor confidence in the country, and take this opportunity to call on the criminal justice system in collaboration with the private sector security establishment to conduct an integrated and comprehensive review of the efficacy and effectiveness of the current strategies in combating these crimes. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Sibande. Do we have an objection to the motion? The motion is therefore agreed to. The next honourable member is Honourable Mabilo.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move without notice that the Council notes the following one. Note with utmost pride and appreciation that according to the 2025-2026 Global Universities ranking Africa, 7 out of 10 best global universities in Africa are from South Africa. And these are 1, University of Cape Town, 2, University of Witwatersrand, 3, Stellenbosch University, 4, University of Johannesburg, 5, University of Pretoria, 6, University of KwaZulu-Natal, and 7, University of Northwest. We take note that this opportunity to congratulate these universities for their best quality performance, which is recognized in the global knowledge productive ecosystem. Thank you very much, Honourable Acting Chair.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is therefore agreed to. We have noted the hand of MEC Kekana on the virtual platform. Would you like to object or submit a motion? Honourable Kekana.
Thanks very much, Honourable Chairperson. I wanted to submit the motion.
Can you allow me to finish the list that I have? Then you'll come after everybody else. Thank you very much. The next member, I got an indication that Honourable Sithole will be taking the motion on behalf of Honourable Lekwasa. Honourable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to move without notice that the Council, number 1, note with the utmost concern the sporadic violent protest in the institution of higher learning and the associated vandalism and destruction of property. by students during this protest. Number two, acknowledges that the destruction and vandalism of critical infrastructure of historical and economic value, such as institution of learning, is not only an act of criminality, but a deprivation of rights of access to education of the future leaders of this country. Number three, take this condemnation in the strongest possible terms. The current violent protests at the University of Fort Hare and the University of Free State, and call on the Minister of Higher Education, in collaboration with the University of Management across the country, to work resolutely to address the discontent
Good afternoon, honourable members on the virtual platform. We are aware that we've lost connectivity to the chamber and our audio video technician is attending to it. Thank you so much.
House Chairperson and the Acting Chief Whip of the Council, Honourable Permanent and Special Delegates, Management and Staff of Parliament, and in particular, the family of Bains. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed with profound sorrow and a sense of profound loss that we pay tribute to our esteemed colleague, Honourable Mathilda Michelle Bains, whose passing has left an indelible void in the National Council of Provinces and in the hearts of all who knew her, young and old. Honourable Bains was a dedicated activist and passionate educator. She served as a permanent delegate of the NCOP from 2024 until her passing in August this year, representing the African National Congress with distinction. Born in October 1957, Honourable Bains began her professional journey as a primary school teacher in January 1978. Her commitment to public service extended beyond the classroom, as she later took on the role of the regional coordinator in the Department of Social Development in Vredendal, located on the West Coast. Her leadership and dedication to community upliftment led to serving as a ward councillor and subsequently as the mayor of the Matsikama local municipality. Her appointment to the NCOP by the Western Cape Provincial Legislature was a testament to her unwavering commitment to public service. The NCOP, as one of the two houses of parliament, plays a vital constitutional role in ensuring that provincial interests are represented in the national sphere of government. Through legislative participations and providing a national forum for provincial concerns, the NCOP fosters cooperative governance and strengthened intergovernmental relations. During her tenure in the NCOP, Honourable Bains served diligently in the social cluster. She contributed to the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries, which oversees departments such as basic education, higher education, science and technology, communications and digital technologies, as well as sports, arts and culture. She also served on the Select Committee on Social Services, responsible for oversight of the Department of Health, Social Development, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and Statistics South Africa. And this is not coincident, Deputy Minister Letsike, that we are debating on this important theme today. So that is in memory and in remembrance of Comrade Bains, and your presence in this house today is testament to that. In accordance, these roles reflect the breadth and depth of responsibility she carried as the member of this House. Her political organization, the African National Congress, described her as, and I quote, open quote, a true champion of community development, close quote, highlighting her leadership in campaigns for child protection and against substance abuse. She was indeed a social activist and a community leader whose passion and dedication were quite visible. As we mourn her passing, we also celebrate a life well lived. May her family, colleagues in this House, and comrades in the African National Congress, especially in her province, the Western Cape, continue to honor her memory and the values she stood for. This must engender a more selfless public representative in pursuit of the totality of freedom and better life for all. Let us together commit ourselves to the principles that Honourable Bains lived by: service, compassion, and integrity.
and continue building a society that is rooted in social justice and human dignity. In this way, we shall have carried forward the spear and the torch of public service with the same unwavering and vigor and dedication, as well as political will that Honourable Bains has displayed in this House. Having said that, we want to say to the family of Honourable Bains, thank you very much. We worked very well with you in making sure that we give her a well-befitting send-off as our member in the NCOP. You remain part of our family and we will be with you all the step of the way. And thank you for opening up for the NCOP to be part of you during these difficult times. We really appreciate that. As I conclude, honourable members, we want to conclude by saying that may her soul rest in eternal peace. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson Motsweni Tsipane. I will now call Honourable Vic Enrique from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and all visitors. En 'n spesiale welkom aan die familie van ons gewese kollega eerbare Mathilda Michelle Bains. En dis altyd 'n emosionele gevoel wanneer ons praat oor iemand wat ontslape is, wat deel van ons was, wat langs ons gesit het. En wat deel uitgemaak het van ons. Chairperson, the EFF hereby express sincere condolences to the husband, the children and family of our beloved colleague and friend, Honourable Mathilda Michelle Bains, on her sudden passing. We trust that the bereaved family will embrace the consolation given by our Creator. Mrs. Bains was a close colleague of mine and specifically for us all in the back row where we sit. She was a special person with clear vision of what she wants for her family, loved ones in her community. We often had very deep and profound conversations on how life has brought us thus far. In her instance, it was never an easy road, but she persevered to achieve her objectives and the very best for her loved ones. Although not easy, she had a colorful career from education to community activist, mom, wife, and politician. Her passion for the education sector was admirable. Chairperson, with the State of the Province address in Beaufort West earlier this year, I had the opportunity to accommodate her and Honourable Farmer in my car coming back to Cape Town. She earned my deepest respect for the manner in which she conducted herself. Whenever she has spoken in this house, family, it was almost a commotion at the back, say on a lighter note. If it's not her tablet that wasn't charged, it was the cell phone that needed some attention to access her speech. And we all were so fond of her that we enjoyed pleasure in assisting her because her sweets and her biltong made up for it all. She had such a passion for education that in her last days, I imagine that she must have been saddened by this government's long record of neglect of the basic education sector and by extension its neglect of the lives and future of millions of children whose future depends on their ability to acquire decent education today. How it has also failed to ensure that it employs a sufficient number of qualified teachers to teach learners at acceptable teacher-learner ratios. And now there is a scant regard to the concern of violence against girl learners at school, particularly schools located in township and rural areas, where the department is caught napping each time there is a story of a girl learner who is sexually abused by a teacher. Chairperson Honourable Bains leaves a legacy of pride and dignity, and we call on our children to take up the baton and walk in the footsteps of your mom. She has given her best for her party, the ANC, her best for her community, and her best for her family. And today we salute a gallant soldier who stood her ground in society. Our deepest admiration to her as a woman. She has achieved much. May our Heavenly Father stretch out his powerful hand to our husband and children, and may he shine his face upon you and give her the peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Gerike. Thank you, Honourable Delegates. It is indeed an emotional moment. I will now call, I don't know if Honourable Peter is on the virtual platform. Honourable Peter, can you indicate if you are with us on the virtual platform? With his absence, we will now go to Honourable van der Berg on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of Honourable Breed, who cannot be here today, and myself, please allow me to deliver this motion of condolence as Honourable Bains served on the Select Committees of Social Services and Education with the Honourable Breed. It is with deep empathy that we, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, extend our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Mrs. Mathilda Michelle Bains, a respected member of the African National Congress and of this House. Honourable Bains served her country and her people with dignity and compassion. She believed in the value of humanity, in standing together, working together and serving together. Even when we found ourselves on opposite sides of debate, one could not help but admire her sincerity, warmth, and genuine care for others. In Ecclesiastes 3, we read, "To everything there is a season, a time to be born and a time to die. And yet, no matter what time comes, it always feels too soon." Her legacy will live on in her commitment to service, her pursuit of understanding, and her belief in the good that lies within people. May her family find comfort in knowing that her life truly made a difference. As Psalm 34, verse 18 reminds us, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." May her soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable van der Berg. Colleagues, Honourable Farmer requests that he comes after Honourable Majola. Therefore, this opportunity will be given to Honourable Majola from Umkhonto weSizwe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the members of the House and greetings to the members of Bains family. Madam Chair, let me start by concurring with the previous speaker in terms of saying we have been always reminded that everything it's got a reason to happen. Even the times like this, Madam Chair, there is a reason for it to happen. The situations like this, Madam Chair, are the human nature. So no one can be blamed. We are all going to walk this journey. Madam Chair, Honourable Bains has been always ready for this time through his conduct, reading from what she has achieved from being a teacher to serve at this level. Madam Chair, as the MK caucus, we want to express our condolences, in particular to the Bains family and the ANC caucus. Madam Chair, her conduct reminded us that in the situations like this, more than being party representatives, but we belong to the same family to achieve one common goal, which is to serve the community. Having said that, Madam Chair, the family and the ANC caucus, you are not alone. We are together in this pain. May her soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Majola. I will now call upon the podium Honourable Farmer on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, it is with deep sadness that I rise today on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to extend our heartfelt condolences on the passing of Honourable Mathilda Bains, a valued colleague, a respected public servant, and a woman who embodied the spirit of dedication to her community and the country. Honourable Bains, or as I know her, Honourable Tilla, was not just a member of Parliament, she served with integrity, compassion, and a belief that our duty in this House is first and foremost to the people who entrusted us with their hopes. Her passing is not only a loss to her family and party, but a loss to this entire institution. Honourable Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance believes that leadership must always begin with heart, and Honourable Bains led from the heart. She showed us that compassion and conviction can exist side by side. Today, as we celebrate her life, we must also take from her example a reminder that service without humility is hollow, and politics without empathy is empty. To her family and loved ones, we extend our deepest sympathy and prayers. May you find comfort in knowing that her work, her voice, and her legacy will not be forgotten within these walls. Her life was one of purpose, a journey one of service, and her memory will remain an inspiration to all of us who continue the work she so passionately believed in. The work of building a South Africa that is fair, united, and filled with opportunity for every citizen. May her soul rest in eternal peace, and may her spirit continue to guide us toward the better nation she dreamed of. Rest in peace, Honourable Mathilda Bains. Your light will not fade. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I would like to call Honourable Swart.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, distinguished guests, and the bereaved family and loved ones of the late Honourable Mathilda Bains. Today, at this hour, we pause as a House, not as parties or provinces, but as people to honour a life that touched many. We mourn the passing of a remarkable woman, a colleague, a servant, leader, and above all, a kind human being. Yet even as we mourn, we also give thanks for a life that left behind not only memories, but so much meaning. Honourable Mathilda Bains was not just another face across the benches of this council. She sat directly behind me since we started in this house. And in those many hours of sitting, speeches, and quiet moments, she became more than a colleague. She became a friend of mine. We shared stories, smiles, and those brief human moments that remind us we are all more than our political colors. We even became what I fondly call smoking buddies, standing together outside this chamber, sharing few moments of reflection amid the rush of duty. In those times, you saw her warmth, her humor, and a deep compassion for people. She was also my neighbor in Laboria Park. Though we came from different political parties, we shared the same humanity, a love for our families, and a devotion to our calling to serve. This loss for me is also personal. Just a month before her own passing, I too lost my beloved wife. When I heard Honourable Bains had passed away, I felt not only grief of a colleague, but the echo of the pain I already knew. The silence in a home that once carried laughter, the absence that follows you everywhere. So when I speak to a husband and children today, I do not speak only with sympathy, I speak with solidarity. I walk with you in your pain, the Bains family. I know the courage it takes to rise every morning and to keep moving forward, because love, even when broken by death, remains a living force that carries us. As the scripture reminds us in 2 Timothy 4, verse 7, I fought the good fight, I finished the race, but I've kept the faith. This verse captures a spirit perfectly steadfast, committed, and faithful to a calling until very end. Honourable Bains lived a life as an instrument of service. She believed that politics is not only about power, but about people. In her work, she brought dignity, compassion, and a quiet strength that earned the respect of both allies and opponents. Even when debates grew heated or issues became difficult, she never allowed division to overshadow decency. She embodied what our democracy desperately needs: the courage to disagree without losing respect, and the ability to stand firm without losing kindness. Her legacy is one of heart, humility, and humanity. She served her country with grace and carried herself with quiet dignity. Her compassion reached beyond party lines, and her example reminded us that our true calling is not to dominate others, but to serve them. To a political party, we as a DA honor your loss. We see your grief, and I hope you know that across the aisles, we stand with you in the morning. Because today we are not separated by ideology, we are united in remembrance. We are reminded that behind every speech and vote sits a human being with a story, a family, a heart, and a purpose. In moments like these, we remember what truly matters, that we serve the same South Africa, and that we all long for the same healing and hope. Honourable Bains made a difference, and that ultimately is the measure of a life well lived. As the late Nelson Mandela once said, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made in the lives of others. Her Her difference will continue to echo in this house, in her community, and in the hearts of those who knew her best. She may no longer walk amongst us, but her light remains in the example she set and in the quiet inspiration she left behind. To her family, my prayer on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and also the Premier of the Western Cape, may you find comfort in knowing that her work was not in vain. May the warmth of her memory be your strength in the days ahead, and may the Lord bless you with peace and that surpasses all understanding. To us, her colleagues, let this moment remind us why we are here, not merely to argue politics, but to change lives, not merely to speak, but to serve. Let us continue the race she has finished with faith, with dignity, and with love for our people. May the soul of Honourable Mathilda Michelle Bains rest in eternal peace. May her family become comforted with strength, and may we honour her by serving with the same grace she carried in life. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. I will now call Honourable Finis to represent the African National Congress. We surely understand the emotions of Honourable Finis. She was a friend and the closest to Honourable Bains.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, the family of Honourable Bains. Today we gather with solemn hearts and a shared purpose to celebrate and honour the extraordinary life and relentless service of our esteemed colleague, comrade and friend, Honourable Bains. Honourable Bains was not just a public servant, she was
Can I request Honourable Numalo to represent the ANC? I surely agree and believe that she will, Honourable Finis will not be able to read the message on behalf of the African National Congress, and all of us must be having the same understanding of her relationship and her closeness to Honourable Bains. Honourable Numalo, can you continue?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And today, as we gathered here with a solemn heart and a shed of purpose to celebrate and honor the life of an extraordinary life, Chairperson, I'm not so sure as to whether, yeah, thank you. Extraordinary life and relentless service of our esteemed colleague, comrade and friend, Honourable M.M. Bains. Comrade Bains was not just a public servant, he was a beacon of unwavering commitment and passionate dedication to the people of South Africa. She approaches her parliamentary duty not as a routine obligation, but as a profound moral calling, an urgent mission to serve, uplift and transform life. In every aspect of her life, she epitomized the idea of a disciplined and a principal member of the African National Congress, demonstrating a deep-rooted love for I'm struggling with the okay. Within the Select Committee on Social Services, she was a formidable force of reason, compassion, and fiery determination. Her contribution were never superficial. She brought with her a wealth of knowledge, arriving with well-researched insight and a clear focus on the issues at hand. When she spoke, her voice resonated with clarity and conviction, always placing the needs of the poor, the vulnerable, and the voiceless of the forefront. She courageously challenged complacency and inspired transformation action. Comrade Bains was an exceptional team player, embodying the spirit of solidarity and collaboration. She championed collective effort and strengthened the bonds of unity within our committee. In times of discord, she offered a balanced insight were grounded not only in policy but enriched by her life's experience and steadfast belief in the principle of social justice. Her unwavering commitment to improving the access of essential service, quality health care, education, social protection was far from a hollow promise. It was a tangible reality. Passionate pursuit. She worked tirelessly to ensure that the work of the Parliament resonate with the real everyday condition faced by our people. Though her tireless effort, we were constantly reminded that every oversight visit, every report, and every debate must ultimately transfer into meaningful change to those we serve. Not so sure as to whether we are finished or coming next.
Sorry for that, Chairperson.
The passing of Comrade Bains is a profound and irreplaceable loss, not only to her beloved family, who she cherished deeply, but to the entire social service sector and to the esteemed Parliament. Her discipline, humanity, and unwavering sense of duty has set a benchmark that we must all strive to uphold. To her family, we convey our deepest condolences. Thank you for allowing her to dedicate her life to this noble service of our nation. While we share in our sorrow, we also take the immense pride and the lasting impact of her remarkable legacy. Comrade Bains was gracefully completed her race with honor. She had fulfilled her oath to serve with unwavering integrity and purpose. Now it's our solemn responsibility to carry forward the torch she has had, to continue her relentless pursuit of dignity, equality, and justice for all South Africa. May her soul rest in eternal peace. May your luminous example continue to guide our work. Rest and free day, Comrade Bains. Your service was your strength, and your legacy will endure for generations to come. May her soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Numalo. Honourable Delegates. Honourable Delegates, that concludes the oration of condolences. Before requesting that we stand up and observe a moment of silence, colleagues, we have a memorial book outside for message of support to the family as we go out. And then I'm going to request that after observing a moment of silence, we take at least 5 minutes break to also allow the family to can leave the house. Can we stand and observe a moment of silence? May her soul rest in peace. We can go for just a 5 minutes break.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon, honourable delegates on the virtual platform. We are adjourning for 5 minutes for a composure break, but please remain on the platform. Thank you so much.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in
Honourable
progress.
delegates, thank you and welcome back. Let me also welcome in the gallery the family of Honourable Mukweli. Let's just welcome them in the house. They are seated at the gallery. Before we proceed to the subject for debate, I would like to welcome Deputy Minister of Land Reform, Honourable C.S. Mathilda, and the Deputy Minister for Women, Honourable Litsike, to the NCOP. We shall now proceed to the subject for the debate as printed on the order paper. It's the debate on International Rural Women's Day with the theme Empowering Rural Women to Bridge the Gender Gap in Food Security and Land Tenure. I will now call upon Honourable C.S. Mathilda, the Deputy Minister of Land Reform, to open the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable members of the National Council of Provinces, fellow South Africans, it is an honor to address this august House as we join the world in commemorating the United Nations International Day of Rural Women under the theme, Supporting Rural Women and Girls to Strengthen Agricultural Production, Food Security, and Natural Resource Management in South Africa. Sustainable, integrated, and multi-sectoral rural development is vital to the economic, social, and environmental future of our country. Much of our land remains rural, and the heart of South Africa still beats in those vast and vibrant spaces. Our prosperity depends on the strength of these communities and on overcoming uneven spatial development. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to empower rural women and girls as central builders of our homes, families, communities, and the nation. We honor those who lead the fight against poverty and underdevelopment. Through their labor in food production and their leadership in community initiatives, they nurture households, protect the land, and care for the planet for generations to come. According to Statistics South Africa's 2025 mid-year population report, our population has reached 63.1 million, with 33.41% living in rural areas. Women make up to 51% of this total, or about 32.2 million. While there is still more work to be done to gather, consolidate, and regularly update detailed data on rural women, we know that many rural households are headed by women. They are pillars holding our families and communities together. South Africa is on the right path towards building resilient rural communities through investment in women's empowerment. This means advancing equitable access to land, secure land tenure, water, finance, and technology. These are essential tools for managing risks such as drought, land degradation, floods, and broader climate crisis. While we are articulating a multi-sectoral rural development strategy, we recognize that among our economic sectors, access to agricultural insurance remains a significant challenge for many Black farmers, women included. As an integral part of our multi-sectoral rural development approach, a dynamic agricultural sector is a key pillar. It strengthens interlinkages with other sectors of the economy and improves rural livelihood through gender-inclusive participation. Empowerment or empowering women to make decisions about their own communities strengthens social and economic progress alike. Honourable Chairperson, let me turn to the vital role of rural women in managing natural resources. Across the country, women and girls face the harshest effects of climate change. They confront droughts, floods, and soil degradation while continue to care for their families and rebuild livelihoods. They are the custodians of biodiversity and champions of environmental recovery. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development provides a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. It advances 17 sustainable development goals that promote human rights, gender equality, and the empowerment of women and girls while protecting natural resources for sustainable growth. We shall strive to maintain a balance between economic, social, and environmental development. The success of sustainable development, rural developments, depends on comprehensive strategies to combat climate change, desertification, and natural disaster while protecting food systems and livelihood. We must continue to strengthen the resilience of rural communities so that they can recover quickly from shocks and adapt to future challenges. Honourable members, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5 calls for gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. Target 5.7 highlights the importance of securing women's land rights as a cornerstone of that empowerment or their empowerment. When women have guaranteed and protected access to land, their economic independence and decision-making power grow. Their families and communities thrive alongside them. Across rural South Africa, women's leadership remains essential in restoring degraded lands, protecting ecosystems, and strengthening community resilience. Honourable Chairperson, Goal 2 of the Sustainable Development Goals calls on us to end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. In our villages and farming communities, women are far more than just food producers. They are caregivers, protectors of the environment, and anchors of family resilience. Yet their contribution often goes unnoticed or unrecognized. They face limited access to land and finance and continue to bear the burden of gender-based violence and inequality. By investing in rural women, we invest in families, communities, and national stability. The evidence is clear. When women thrive, nutrition improves, productivity rises, and communities become more resilient to climate and economic shocks. The Department of Land Reform and Rural Development's beneficiary selection and land allocation policy sets a target of allocating 50% of land to women by 2030, equivalent to roughly 4.1 million hectares. Yet women's land ownership remains limited, and their access to agricultural finance and market continue to face social and structural barriers. Only 20% of South Africa's 40,000 commercial farms are owned by women. Women's productivity is further constrained by a lack of collateral, limited extension services, and underinvestment in climate resilience seeds and technology. Despite these obstacles, women still produce between 60 and 80% of staple crops in rural households. Honourable members, climate change, rising food costs, and economic pressures have deepened hunger and inequality. Under the National Rural Youth Service Corps, known as NARISEC in short, our recruitment target for women is set at 60% in every cohort. I am pleased to report that we have exceeded this equity target over the past 3 years. This achievement demonstrates the government's commitment to equipping and empowering young rural women with the skills and capacity to assume leadership roles in multi-sectoral rural development, including participation in the industrial economy. Our department remains committed to advancing gender-responsive, climate-smart land reform and gender-inclusive multi-sectoral rural development. We are expanding programs that strengthen women's access to land, legal protection and financial support through policy and legislation reforms. Sustainable development begins with responsible stewardship of land, water, and biodiversity. Experience from the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga shows that when women lead in resource management, communities prosper. We will continue to embed women's voices in grazing communities, water user associations, and forest management structures to ensure that benefits are fairly, especially among women-headed households, fairly distributed, especially among women-headed households. Honourable members, we cannot speak of empowerment without confronting the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Our department is working with police under the National Rural Safety Strategy to strengthen community safety forums that link farming areas to gender-based violence response networks. The government is also training female officers and paralegals as first respondents under the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Ending gender-based violence is both a moral and an economic imperative. No nation can prosper whilst its women live in fear. Honourable Chairperson, we want to conclude by emphasizing that the government will continue to work with communities, traditional leaders, and development partners to strengthen rural livelihood and build climate resilience. We will protect and promote indigenous knowledge for sustainable resource management, advance renewable energy, and ensure safe environmentally sound waste management. Let us move forward together, honourable members, united in purpose to ensure that every woman and girl in rural South Africa can live free from violence, own her land, feed her family, and help shape a future of dignity, equality, and shared prosperity. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Minister. The next speaker on the list is Honourable Modise from the African National Congress.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of the House, members who are on the platform, electronic, and people of South Africa, Sanbonani. Honourable Chairperson of the session, on behalf of the African National Congress caucus, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the senior men's football team, also known as Bafana Bafana, for qualifying for the first time since 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup for the 2026 FIFA World Cup in North America. Whilst we celebrate this automatic qualification, we have not forgotten the monumental blunder by the officials of South African Football Association, led by Dr. Danny Jordan, and therefore called for heads to roll. We can no longer allow mediocre to continue leading in this country. When you have people who have been part of the football at international levels, like Dr. Kumalo, Aaron Mokoena, Mark Williams, and many more. Chairperson, as we gather on this International Women's Day under the theme Empowering Women to Bridge the Gap in Food Security and Land Tenure, we remember that our struggle was not only against race and class oppression, but also against the patriarchy embedded in colonialism. The ANC strategy and tactic document remind us that our colonialism was of a special type, built on class, race, and patriarchic relation of power, exerting a triple oppression of the mass of women under the apartheid. In the National Democratic Revolution, we pledged to reverse the legacy, to transform production relations so that women share equally in the fruits of the land and economy. Indeed, the Freedom Charter declared that the land shall be shared among those who work it, a birthright to be restored to every farmer, not honorable farmer, every member, and every woman. The Women's Charter echoes the spirits in its Article 5, which explicitly demands that equal access to land and security of tenure, including women living under the customary law. These founding documents enshrined the principle that no African women in particular should be landless and powerless. Our people have been robbed of that birthright. The land was seized on racial and patriarchal grounds. Colonial and apartheid regime imposed measures on African women. Customary laws and colonial policies, women were often excluded from land ownership and decision-making. In resisting those injustices, South African women have long played a critical role in the history, and the history of the ANC records that from the early stages of colonialism, women resisted the evolving relations of patriarchy. The resilient struggle against colonial and gender oppression helped entrench the cause of gender equality as an essential element of the liberation struggle. Today, we carry that torch. Our national agenda is to overhaul the production relations, to build an economy where women farmers have equal voice and at equal stake. This is a very definition of the National Democratic Revolution, which seeks to abolish the intertwined legacy of colonialism and patriarchy and to restore our people's birthright to land and resources. We align this vision with the broader goals of the National Democratic Plan. The NDP mission is clear: eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030 through inclusive growth, job creation, and resilience. As President Ramaphosa emphasized at the recent budget vote, people demand a transformed, growing, and inclusive economy that creates jobs for millions and offers business opportunities to all entrepreneurs in our nation, be it women, men, young, and old. Agriculture and land reform are front and center in that mission. The NDP itself recognizes that boosting smallholder and land reform agriculture can drive rural development and lift the poor. Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan even calls for capable states that partners across government to make local agriculture work. In short, empowering women farmers is not a nice to have, it's a strategic necessity for achieving the NDP inclusive growth, poverty reduction, and lower cost of living targets. Chairperson, the Women's Charter put it powerfully when it says, and I quote, "Women must have equal access to land and security of tenure, including women living under customary laws," close quote. Yet in practice, women face uphill battles. According to the Department of Agriculture, women today own and operate only about 20% of the farming units in South Africa. That statistics is a clarion call. 1 in 5 farmers have a woman owner or manager, even though women make up 1/3 of the agricultural workforce. The barriers are structural. As experts note, cultural norms, structural inequalities, and limited access to capital still hinder women farmers. Women often lack collateral for loans, lack inheritance or lease rights to land under customary tenure, and have few opportunities to access markets and mechanization. This makes poverty worse. Women are often subsistence producers responsible for feeding their families, yet rarely earn enough to lift them out of the above poverty line. Our government has introduced programs to address these challenges, but we must We must assess progress with a critical eye. The Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, administered by the National Department of Agriculture, has been a key intervention. In the 2025-2026 fiscal year, the CAPS was allocated over 1.6 billion to support subsistence and smallholder farmers. Of this, 1.1 billion will go towards infrastructure, training, mentorship, and market access support for 10,350 farmers, with a goal of creating 4,294 jobs. CAP stated its aim is to target historically disadvantaged farmers. And indeed, the budget speech states clearly that CAP seeks to reduce poverty and inequality and ultimately improve farming by targeting smallholder and black commercial farmers. We welcome this focus, but we must ask, are women farmers receiving their fair share? Women make up a large portion of small-scale farmers, yet they often struggle to access grants and machinery compared to men. The minister's own speech notes government support for women-led agriculture projects and extension services, but it's our duty to ensure that those words translate into real farm being planted and tended by women. On the industrial side, the DTIC's agro-processing support scheme was launched to encourage investment in agro-industrial capacity. This cost-sharing grant offers 20 to 30% of project cost, or about 20 million to approved agro-processing ventures. The scheme's objectives are to modernize production, increase capacity, and create jobs, and it is welcome, but we must monitor its impact on rural women. The Industrial Development Corporation Agro-Processing and Agriculture Fund similar aims to expand agri-industrial capacity with an explicit emphasis on broad-based Black economic empowerment and inclusion of women ownership. These funds can be powerful levers for a change. For example, women-owned cooperative or SMMEs can leverage these APSS grants to build milling or preservation facilities, but awareness and access must be broadened. Despite these programs, key structural barriers remain. Many rural women report difficulty in accessing finance as banks require collateral that they do not have. Extension and advisory services are often inaccessible to women farmers who must juggle household responsibility and farming. Market entry is another hurdle. Women farmers tend to produce low volumes of perishable goods, yet getting those products to the markets require logistics and certifications that are extremely costly, Honourable Deputy Minister. The result is a vicious cycle. Without finance or markets, women remain small scale, which perpetuate this poverty and food insecurity. This can no longer continue. We need, for example, that industry experts stress women need equal access to training, decision-making platforms, and financing, and products tailored to their reality, such as low collateral loans. We must heed this call. Chairperson, as part of the NDR gender campaign, we must identify and dismantle these obstacles through gender-responsive budgeting, gender focal points in extension, and incentive for private financier to lend women farmers. As I conclude, Chair, to achieve the National Development Plan vision, we must also scale up support for women-owned farms across the entire value chain. Today, women own roughly about 20% of South African farms, as earlier indicated. Given that women tend to invest in household nutrition and education, raising that percentage will have a profound poverty reduction effect. So let us be clear. Scaling up support means not only helping women farmers plant more fields, but also processing and marketing their produce and ensuring women have a stake in agro-processing enterprises. We should incentivize private millers to procure from women growers, support women-led agribusiness training programs, and allocate a significant portion of land reform and farm input subsidies to women. One way forward is to align our targets with the ideals of the Women's Charter. If women truly had equal tenure rights, women's ownership of farms could double in generation. Honourable Chairperson and colleagues, in calling for these changes, we draw on the rich legacy of our movement. The Freedom Charter proclaimed our land was meant for all, and the ANC strategy and tactics envisions the restoration of birthright for all South Africans regarding access to land and other resources. Today, we interpret that mandate through gender lenses. We must ensure that the policies of our democracy live up to our democratic spirit enshrined in our founding documents. As the Deputy Minister recently reminded us, the role of women in agriculture is indispensable to achieving food security, rural development, sustainable agriculture. If we uphold the gender equality in farming, we'll nurture our entire nation. We must transform our agricultural sector into that one that reflects the Freedom Charter promise and the Women's Charter demand for equality. Only then we will make real progress on poverty reduction and inclusive growth. The path is clear. We will close the gender gap in land, production, and finance, just as we fought to close the gap of racial injustices. The ANC stands ready to scale up support of our women farmers across the value chain, to expand the CASP and agro-processing funds to reach them, and ensure that our policies break the barriers that have held them back. Let this Women's Day debate be the spark that accelerates the journey to a truly inclusive agricultural economy, one where women and men in every corner of South Africa can prosper together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Modise. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The next participant in today's debate will be the Honourable Billy on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and KwaZulu-Natal.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans. Honourable Members, as I prepared for this important debate, my mind took me back to the small village of Kwabala in Flagstaff, ngaphansi kwenkosi uMwelo uNonkonyana, who is also a colleague here, where I was raised by a strong woman, my grandmother in a home defined not by wealth, but by resilience and hard work. Like many rural women, she tilled the soil not for profit, but for survival. Our maize grew in a small garden, harvested by hand and ground at a local mill in Kokstad. Sometimes we were transported on a truck that came occasionally free of charge. That maize became everything. Our breakfast, porridge, our lunch, and our supper. It was our food security, and my grandmother was the Minister of Agriculture in that small household economy. She, like countless other rural women, turned barrel soil into nourishment. She bartered maize for potatoes, exchanged cabbage for herbs, a microeconomy run by women who, despite being denied ownership of land, fed their families and kept our communities alive. And yet, Chairperson, these women, the true architects of food security, worked land that they did not own, in systems that did not recognize their rights, under customary structures that too often excluded them. Their strength was not met with support, but with silence. Today, Honourable Chairperson, in provinces like KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape, both provinces that I come from, or that I grew up in, rural women remain the backbone of food production and household nutrition. Yet they remain invincible in policy and in ownership records. Honourable members, here is the sad fact. According to the Departments of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development's 2017 land audit, men own over 70% of privately registered land, while women own just 13% nationally. In KZN, women's land ownership is only 8%. This was in 2017, and we hope that in 2025, this number would have changed. This is not just a statistic, Honourable Minister. It is a mirror of inequality that runs deep into the soil of our democracy. Women are farming land they don't own, raising families on land they can be evicted from, and producing food in systems that give them no voice on how that land is used or transferred. The truth is this: we cannot talk about food security without talking about women's security of tenure. Without title deeds, without protection, without legal recognition, rural women remain one drought, one dispute, or one traditional council meeting away from losing everything. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance believes that land reform must empower and not endanger. Our land policy is founded on 3 pillars, honorable members. The first one is redistribution, the second is restitution, and the third one is the security of tenure. We do reject the populist call for expropriation without compensation, because history and evidence from Zimbabwe to Venezuela show that it destroys food security, collapses investor confidence, and punishes the very poor it claims to help. Instead, the Democratic Alliance says this must happen. 1, that we use the 10.4 million hectares of government-owned land already available for redistribution, prioritizing women-headed household and subsistence farmers. 2, that we provide title deeds and secure tenure to women living under communal land systems, including those affected by the Ingonyama Trust lease arrangement that often undermine ownership, my province in KZN. 3, that we expand municipal commonage land for women's cooperatives, home gardens, and mixed farmings, especially in rural Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. 4, that we invest in post-settlement support, invest in skills, in infrastructure, in markets and finance, so that women can turn small gardens into sustainable enterprises. Lastly, that we ensure that there is transparency in beneficiary selection to once and for all stop corruption and elite capture, which have robbed rural women of opportunities in the past ANC governments. Chairperson, the DA's record in government proves this approach works. In the Western Cape, where the DA has prioritized emerging farmers, many of them women, over 62% of land reform farms are successful compared to the national government's 10%. That is the difference between political slogans and practical successes. Chairperson, empowering rural women is not charity, it is nation building. When a woman owns land, she invests in her soil, educates her children, feeds her neighbors, and grows the local economy. In KwaZulu-Natal and in the Eastern Cape, Chairperson, where drought, poverty, and out-migration have weakened communities, investing in women's land right is investing in our country's future. Fellow South Africans, let us remember that the hands that plant the maize, that weed the gardens, that carry the water for kilometers, are the same hands that keep our nation fed. It is time we give those hands ownership, that we give them dignity, and that we give them power. Chairperson, on this International Day of Rural Women, let us commit to moving from sentiment to action for this once. Let us close the gap between rights on paper and rights on the ground. Let us make that every grandmother ezilalini ezifana nwakabhala kwayo eFlagstaff, ezilalini ezifana naseNdumeni, Olundi, and in every daughter, whether eLusikisiki, wherever, that has more than just access to land. She has ownership, security, and opportunity. Honourable Chairperson, because when rural women rise, South Africa rises. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Billy. It's pleasing to hear the men raising their voices in support of rural women. So all three of our first speakers are appreciated. We now move on with the debate and go to the Honourable Machobene from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Greeting to the Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable members, and the staff. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters join the world in commemorating International Day of Rural Women under the banner Empowering Rural Women to Bridge the Gender Gap in Food Security and Land Tenure. Every year on the 15th of October, the world celebrates the International Day of Rural Women, recognizing the critical role of women in rural areas. This day reminds us all of the major contribution of rural women to agricultural development, improving food security and eradication of rural poverty, and provides us an opportunity to reflect and identify the ways in which we can do more to empower women and girls living in rural areas, particularly when one considers that rural areas are the backbone of African economies. We gather here today to celebrate the resilience and determination of rural women who worked tirelessly to ensure food security and economic stability in their communities. Women who may depend on natural resources and agriculture for their livelihoods, who are often farmers, entrepreneurs, and workers. Amanina ahlala emakhaya ezilalini koqoboqobo eqonce nangaphesheya kwenciba egcuwa engamakhwe kutsolo nakunye zonke ezinye ilali eMzantsi Afrika naphesheya. Imbokodo, who played a significant role in the development of our nation through involved in production activities and also played the responsibilities for the well-being of the members of their families, including food provision and care for children and the elderly. Chairperson, there is no denying that women make significant contribution to the agricultural sector through their involvement in farming, food processing and preparation, land and natural resources management. They have a connection to the land which is profound, forged through generations of tradition and knowledge. And this hands-on relationship with the earth ensures the sustenance of her family and her community. However, it is concerning to note that despite the immune value women bring to both their immediate community and the broader economy, rural women often go unrecognized and underappreciated, as much of the work conducted by them often remains invisible and unpaid for. This is the face of many initiatives introduced to address the plight of women. This mainly due as a result of the poor implementation of policies to empower women, inadequate budget allocation, and lack of support revived from the GNU government. It is also concerning to note how very few women are agricultural landowners and have limited access to training, productivity, enhancing inputs such as quality seed stocks, agrochemicals, and irrigation facilities and markets, to mention a few. Chairperson, rural women realities in this country is also still largely determined by race, class, and gender-based access to resources and opportunities, with Black women facing an even greater lack of access to resources, living in poverty and conditions which threaten their well-being. They also remain most vulnerable to violence in their communities and homes and have an unequal access to family resources such as land and livestock. Rural women are not only poor in society as a whole, but also within their own families where they are burdened with multiple roles. This is particularly true in South Africa, where the challenges faced by rural women are also exacerbated by lack of infrastructure. We still find women in rural parts of the country walking a long distance to fetch water or firewood for cooking and carrying a large amount of the workload at home with less economic and decision-making power within household, which has implications for their health and nutrition. In many communities around the world, women also have limited access to education, healthcare, and financial resources, which all hinder the fulfillment of their potential. When women in rural areas do happen to find employment, Chairperson, they are mostly only employed as casual or temporary laborers during time of harvest or other labor-intensive farm worker. And even though they are directly involved in the production of food as farm workers, they sometimes go for days without eating. In cases where women work as seasonal workers on farms, they are often not granted the rights of permanent workers and are without pension funds, medical aid benefits, or basic maternity benefits. In parts of the Eastern Cape province, for example, in areas such as Cholomna, Ndabakazi, Tsomo, Aidutwa, and Matatiele, rural poverty is still a challenge, and the high rise in poverty produces and reproduces other human rights violations. In the Eastern Cape, in the Western Cape too, rural women far much worse. They face faceful evictions by farm owners from their land and are enslaved by their employers, who often pay them with wine instead of money, thereby creating alcohol dependence, which threatens any prospects of a better future for them and their families. Yet women are innovative, using indigenous knowledge and practices to adapt to challenges, be they environmentally, like changing weather patterns, or sociality. Chairperson, since its inception, the Economic Freedom Fighters has embarked on numerous programs and activities aimed at empowering and defending the rights of rural women, and in particular women workers, as they are the most exploited section of our society. The EFF has over the past 10 years worked tirelessly to engage farm workers with the purpose of finding lasting solutions to their suffering and problems. We have also advocated for empowering of rural women, which is crucial for achieving economic freedom and bridging the gender gap. As the Economic Freedom Fighters, we have consistently called for land ownership and control for women, as it is essential for women, and we are committed to promoting women's land rights and economic empowerment. We know of the pain that farm workers face, being mistreated and abused by their employers, and we call for an end to the abuse and mistreatment. We demand immediate action from this government. Reform land policies, advocate for gender-sensitive land reform that protects women's rights to own, inherit, and manage land. Truly support women farmers, increase access to credit, tools, seeds, training, and agricultural extension services for rural women. Invest in their education and leadership. Empower women through education, cooperative leadership, roles, and capacity building in agricultural governance. Strengthen legal protections, work with local and national government to enforce laws that uphold gender equality in land tenure and food system. Land tenure gives women security, stability, and a voice in community decisions. Without secure land rights, women cannot invest in or improve their farms, making them vulnerable to exploitation and displacement. Amplifying rural women voices by including rural women in policy-making platforms, not just as beneficiaries, but as leaders and change makers. Chairperson, empowering rural women is not just a women's issue. It is a development imperative, as when rural women strive, their families eat, children learn, communities grow, and nation prosper. Empowering rural women is a collective responsibility for us. The economic freedom fighters remain committed to fight for the rights and empowerment of rural women, and we shall continue working to build a society where women can strive and contribute to economic growth. I so thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Machubeni. Honourable delegates, we now go to the my home province of Gauteng, and my old colleague, Honourable Mazibuko, is the MEC of Social Development and will be contributing to the debate for the next 10 minutes. Honourable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and greetings to the Deputy Ministers in the House, and greetings to all the members of the NCOP and MECs that are also on call, and councillors. Honourable House Chair, as we observe International Rural Women's Day, we are called to reflect on a truth too often overlooked, that the hands which feed the nation remain the most underfed. For generations, rural women have sustained families, they've tilled the land, and they've built communities, yet they remain the least likely to own the soil beneath their feet. Honourable members, it is not only about property, it is about power, dignity, and the ability to decide one's future. As the late Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela reminded us by open quote, you strike a woman, you strike a rock, close quote. Today, that rock stands firm here in Gauteng's rural and peri-urban communities of Bronkhorstspruit, Hammanskraal, Nkangala, Bekestal, and Ekurhuleni's farming belts, where women are breaking the cycle of dependence and leading a quiet revolution in food production. Despite our constitutional democracy and progressive policies, women's lands' rights remain constrained by patriarchy, bureaucracy, and poverty. Customary systems also, while culturally valuable, often limit women's direct access to land. They result in women continuing to work land, but that they do not control. And they continue producing food without being recognized as farmers. This must actually change, honourable members. And as Gauteng, we're taking a decisive step towards ensuring that that does actually happen. Our response as Gauteng for women empowerment through action is that the departments that all of them are working together in ensuring that the sustainable livelihoods, and that we partner with non-profit organizations to translate empowerment into practical change. In Jackson Informal Settlement, for example, we funded the South African Congress of Non-Profit Organizations, which is called SACONO, an inspiring initiative where women and young women have been trained to plant, soil management, and agribusiness. They now run a cooperative producing spinach, cabbages, cucumbers, and supplying our local markets. In Hammanskraal, through the Bafenyi Development Center, women and young women and men are being trained in plant production and also entrepreneurship at the Mashimung agricultural site. They are learning to grow, package, and sell, not just to survive, but also to thrive. In Nkangala, small-scale women farmers are producing morogo, kale, and maize under the community farming project supported by the province. These are not just charity cases. These are evidences that policy meets purpose when the state, the civil society, and women themselves work together. The political imperative, Honourable House Chair, is that not just a developmental conversation, but it must be a political commitment. Our Constitution guarantees equality, and our National Development Plan also envisions an inclusive and rural economy. But we cannot claim progress if women still farm without ownership, if food producers remain food insecure, and if the system rewards middlemen instead of cultivators. That is why here in Gauteng, our focus is now not only on feeding people today, but on creating women farmers who feed the nation tomorrow. through the interdepartmental coordination of agriculture, rural development, environment, and partnerships and private sectors. We're transforming the community food gardens into cooperatives enterprises, supported with infrastructure, irrigation, and marketing opportunities. This is how we turn social grants into social growth, from dependency to productivity. Honourable members, our struggle history reminds us that women have always been the stewards of both soil and soul. The late Charlotte Mateke organized rural women into political consciousness. The late Winnie Madikizela Mandela mobilized the forgotten and the fearless. And the late Florence Maposho, the first woman elected into the executive of the African National Congress in exile, a leader in the Federation of South African Women who championed the idea that economic liberation for women begins with controlling the means of livelihood. She once declared that, with open quotes, without economic independence, freedom remains an illusion, close quote. That is in the essence our task today, to ensure that the women of Gauteng and South Africa not only till the land, but own it, profit it, and pass it on to their daughters. Uma unika umuntu wesifazane umhlaba, unika umphakathi ikusasa. If I have to translate this in English, I will say, when you give a woman land, you give the community a future. In conclusion, House Chair, let us remember the words of Mama Madikizela Mandela, who said, I open quote, I am the product of rural women who planted maize and harvested hope, close quote. Let us as leaders ensure that the rural women of Gauteng and South Africa no longer harvest hope alone, but also harvest ownership, dignity, and prosperity. We owe this to our mothers who tilled the land without title, to our daughters who dream of farming without fear, and to our constitution that promises equality, not in theory, but in the fields, in the markets, and in our policies. Ngithi makube njalo, amandla kubo bonke abantu besifazane abasemaphandleni. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Dankie ngiyabonga, House Chair.
Yelaboga MEC Mazibuko. And honourable members, the next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Matlopa Mtetwa.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Greetings to the honourable members. It is my privilege to participate in this important debate on International Rural Women's Day under the theme, Empowering Rural Women to Bridge the Gender Gap in Food Security and Land Tenure. For those of us engaged in agriculture and rural development, this topic extends far this day to those who have had the opportunity to enjoy breakfast or lunch today. It is essential to acknowledge the pivotal role rural women play in food production processes. Whether one has eaten an English breakfast or is down, rural women's cooperatives are likely to have contributed to the supply chain, including eggs, lettuce, and Sam and beans from major retailers. From crop cultivation to processing, the role and labor of rural women in feeding their families and the global community cannot be overstated. This illustrates the impact rural women have on our daily lives. The International Rural Women's Day is a day of deep reflection and a research to a renewed hope as a people of South Africa to fast-track actionable programs for rural women and all other vulnerable groups in the country. South Africa remains a food-secure nation, yet it is concerning to note that the majority of people facing hunger and food insecurity are rural women. The question most rural women should be asking is, how can we be the primary source of almost all food production yet remain excluded from the benefit of end users? Which shows a huge disconnect. As a capable government led by the Honourable Premier 18 during KwaZulu-Natal and His Excellency the President Cyril Ramaphosa, guided by the principle of government of national unity, we are committed to eradicating poverty in all its forms. As government, we are implementing aggressive developmental programs that prioritize women's empowerment and place them at the forefront of our agenda. Indeed, as government, we cannot fully claim to have resolved rural women's struggles when it comes to securing food security and land tenure. State South Africa published its annual general household survey, which revealed that in 2023, 42% of households were headed by females, with the highest prevalence observed in rural areas at 47%. The Eastern Cape and Limpopo provinces recorded the highest percentage at 48% and 47%, respectively. It is concerning to note that rural women often bear the brunt of suffering despite being the backbone of many families. Nationally, 42% of households headed by females is a substantial number, considering the human element involved. It is also concerning to note that only 23% of households nationwide reported inadequate or severely inadequate access to food. According to Statistics South Africa, food access problems were most prevalent in the Northern Cape at 47% and Northwest at 32%. We firmly believe that programs aimed at empowering rural women to bridge the gender gap in food security and land tenure require a concerted effort. Firstly, these initiatives must address the legacy of racial inequality, which continues to impact land tenures, access, and opportunities for rural development, particularly for women. Although gradually progress has been made in the land redistribution and acquisition, with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development transferring 5.3 million hectares of land since 1994 through the proactive land acquisition strategy, the majority of land ownership or transfer remains largely in the hands of men, and this is what we are fighting for. This phenomenon is not unique to South Africa, as the Food and Agriculture Organization in 2015 reports that globally less than 2% of land is owned by women, who produce between 60 to 80% of food in the rural settings. Again, another disconnect. At the provincial level, we continue to appeal to traditional leaders to release land for rural women to engage in agricultural activity, addressing food insecurity. A report by the Human Science Research Council revealed that rural communities are plagued by poverty despite having vast tracts of land. We encourage traditional leaders, as recommended by the Council, to facilitate access to land for women, youth, and other vulnerable groups to cultivate and address food insecurity. In KwaZulu-Natal, traditional leaders, the King, Mrs. Zulgazulisi, are collaborating with the government to accelerate this cause for women's emancipation as part of government effort to close the gender gap in food security and land tenure. Empowering women towards their emancipation remains our mandate. As such, during our provincial budget delivery, we allocated 16.5 million to support projects owned or operated by vulnerable groups. Currently, we are supporting 59 women-owned projects in the Department of Agriculture and 32 youth projects in various agricultural interventions. Some of the empowerment programs we are implementing include vegetable gardens. Most households have pieces of land where vegetable can be produced to assist with food and nutrition security. However, due to lack of resources, it is challenging to purchase production input and tools. Assisting rural women with production inputs such as fertilizer and seed and providing tools where possible would ensure vegetable production for family consumption. Rural women must be trained to keep their own seeds for subsequent planting season, ensuring seed vigor and guaranteed food output. Farming land, where land is not an issue, larger pockets of land are available for women to produce maize, beans, pumpkins. Rural women must be trained to produce high quality and high quantity crops consistently. Assistance with market access become easier when quality and quantity are maintained at a high level. Once achieved, rural women must be trained in business skills to ensure they generate income from their effort. Some rural women have livestock at home. Assistance with skills related to their chosen livestock should be provided to ensure efficient production and income generation. When it comes to livestock diseases control and feeding are basic requirements for consistent productivity. Let's make agriculture fashionable. Let's make agriculture cool. As the government of KwaZulu-Natal, we are willing to support our women through thick and thin. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC Matlopa Mtetwa. Honourable members, Honourable Peter's not in the chamber and I don't see him online either, so we will take the debate forward with the Honourable Boshoff.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women. Kofi Annan said it, and South Africa's rural women live it every single day. Across our villages and farmlands, women rise before dawn to till the soil, feed their families and sustain entire communities, yet most still do not own the land beneath their feet. They carry our food security on their backs, but remain invisible in land ownership, finance and markets. We cannot in good conscience talk about food security or inclusive growth if half the farmers of this country still farm without rights, without safety, and without recognition. According to the 2024 National Food and Nutrition Security Survey, food insecurity affects 63.5% of households in South Africa, highlighting the severe threat of food insecurity, especially among our children. At the same time, nearly half of all rural households are headed by women, yet women own less than 30% of agricultural land. In the Eastern Cape, women own just 26%, compared to men's 53%. In Limpopo, it's 33% versus 51%. In the Northwest, 28% versus 46%. These imbalances are not acts of nature. They are the result of policies, customs, and systems that can and must be changed. The Commission for Gender Equality reminds us that bias and bureaucracy still block women from inheriting, registering, or co-titling land. And even when women succeed in farming, their safety remains under constant threat. We have seen the horror, like the brutal attack on 70-year-old Roulé Ace, left with burns from boiling water. Between July and September last year alone, 957 women were murdered in South Africa. That is nearly 1,000 lives taken in just 3 months. This is not only a moral failure, but also an economic one. No nation can grow when its women live in fear. The laws exist, but justice is delayed. The Land Court Act, which came into effect in April 2024, was meant to fast-track land disputes and protect women's rights. The Ingonyama Trust judgment exposed years of unlawful leases that stripped women of their ancestral land, yet implementation drags, refunds crawl, and enforcement falters. A right delayed remains a right denied. Empowering rural women is not charity. It is smart economics. In Ethiopia, joint land certification increased productivity investment, food security. In Rwanda, joint spousal titling gave more than 80% of married women co-ownership of their land. In Kenya, the Matrimonial Property Act recognizes women's unpaid labor and prevents land sales without their consent. When women own land, they invest, they hire, they grow, and secure tenure is the seedbed of any economic growth. Even here at home, we have proof of what works. The Western Cape government has achieved a global milestone. 34.6% of its total procurement spend, amounting to 6.84 billion rand, which went to women-owned businesses in the 24-25 financial year. No quotas, honourable members, no set-asides, just transparent governance digital innovation, and fairness. Even more impressively, this figure rose from 23.4% the year before. What the Western Cape has now done is to formally request verification from the United Nations and the World Bank to confirm that it is the first government in the world to reach this 30% benchmark. That is what happens when transparency, innovation, and inclusion work together, when fairness becomes part of the growth agenda. If we are to bridge the gender gap in food security and land tenure, we must act decisively. Securing land rights must be fast-tracked through gender-responsive reforms. Mobile legal clinics should help women register or inherit land, and every land transaction should carry clear proof of women's consent. Equal access to inputs must be guaranteed. Irrigation, seed, mechanization, fertilizer, and public extension services must set gender-balanced targets and publish results annually, because what gets measured gets done. We also need affordable finance and stronger market access. Let us build a proudly South African brand, namely a rural woman brand, South Africa, with shared packaging, barcodes, and cold storage hubs that connect women farmers to retail shelves and digital markets. When we empower women with secure land and fair access to markets, we are not just doing the right thing, we are growing the economy. When a woman owns her land, she hires labor, invests in irrigation, and sends her children to school. Rural economies begin to thrive, migration slows, and food systems stabilize. Secure tenure, fair finance, and safe communities are the backbone of any inclusive growth. Parliament must now insist on accountability that is visible and measurable. We need quarterly public reporting on how many title deeds went to women, how many land court cases were resolved, and how many contracts went to women-owned firms. If the data isn't public, the progress isn't real. There are many women who grow vegetables that feed the schools, yet when their husbands pass away, the land is taken from them and given to a male relative. The woman who feeds hundreds of children has no land to call her own. Her story is South Africa's unfinished freedom. If you grow food, you must own land. If you feed the nation, you must have security. And if you are equal in work, you must be equal in rights. House Chair, our food security depends not only on rainfall or markets, it depends on justice. We will not solve hunger by ignoring half our farmers, and we will not end poverty while excluding those who feed the nation. By 2030, every rural woman who farms should hold secure rights to her land, have access to finance and water, and be protected by a justice system that works. Land in her name, tools in her hands, safety at her back. Because, Chairperson, when we give women land, safety and opportunity, we give South Africa growth, dignity and hope. And Parliament, let this Parliament be remembered not for what we said today, but for what we signed tomorrow. The time for promises has passed. The time for ownership has come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable members, the House now recognises the Honourable Mklongo, and we invite her to take the debate forward on behalf of Mkhonto Wesizwe.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu House Chair. Ngiyakubingelela futhi ngicela nokubingelela ama honorable members ngicela nokubingelela abakuma virtual platforms ngisukuma nje ngumkhonto wesizwe so Mkhonto sithi ke na give her land and market access and she will change the rural narrative. Rural women are not short of intellect. They are not short of agricultural and entrepreneurial skills, certainly not short of physical strength and willpower. What they are short of is market access and land. give her market access. It is time we flip the rural script by giving her the first priority in rural markets, which has been dominated by a plethora of competitors, including high capital entities and foreign national interests. Give rural women full market access. She will give you a true and authentic rural growth experience. Women need economic access. They need mainstream market share, not just informal economic participation. They need to be integrated into the agri-economy, the retail sector, the logistics, the warehousing sector, and everything in between. Furthermore, we need to be honest about the domination of large retailers and foreign-owned businesses, including spaza shops in the rural areas. This has created a financially bleeding rural economy where the rural rand is exported to beneficiaries who stay far from the rural areas while locals are left with the breadcrumbs. Rural-owned businesses are relegated to the back of the rural economic queue, as the lion's share of the rural income is harvested by well-resourced and highly capitalized giants. In a nutshell, rural communities have the income to spend on goods and services, but businesses owned by locals, especially rural women, are last to see it. What is the solution? Circulation of rural income needs to be prioritized, with women-owned businesses at the forefront. The biggest barrier that stands tall between rural women and economic empowerment is not the lack of local markets, but rather the exclusion from the local markets. Rural women have been reduced into grant-earning consumers who throw the little money they earn at the big businesses, while their children remain poor and hungry. Rural women need strategic and rapid integration into an economy that big businesses and foreign nationals have been dominating for years. Does this mean we sacrifice the big businesses that are currently dominating rural economies? Not at all. We are calling for integration. The integration of rural women into the mainstream of the rural economy is realistic and practical. Is a realistic and practical goal that can be achieved within a short term of period if all parties and stakeholders work together. This includes government, traditional authorities, corporates, banks, big businesses, retailers, and consumers themselves, who need to make wiser and more strategic expenditure decisions. Just to name a few sectors and opportunities that can be immediately available to rural women: warehousing, baking, and farming. Include to the economy, we can make use of e-commerce. E-commerce, it's at over when it comes to e-market. E-commerce will help abantu bakwazi ukudayisa ama-products abo. Digital technology, rural women can be added to a supply database, which will collate their names, addresses, land sizes, and the product that they grow, and make at their homes. Their harvest products can be taken to the market through various means, including central food markets based at their nearest town, a rural spaza shop network, and an online marketplace where they can buy. Again, the logistics, packaging, sales, and marketing of the entire process can be contracted to a rural woman, giving them total supply chain access and potential to maximum revenue. Furthermore, it is absolutely critical to give rural women support into forming a rural woman spaza shop network, which will source majority of its products from other women, from the farm to the delivery van, and from the cold storage to the point of sale. While this may disrupt existing spaza shops, many of which are owned by illegal foreigners, it is high time that rural and township-based South Africans take bold steps to reclaiming their place in the local economy. It is either that or the pitfall and regretful status quo of economic deprivation that is yielded by continued indefinitely. In conclusion, it is high time we establish a system where rural mouths are fed by rural hands, where the rural rand circulates in rural land multiple times before exiting to big cities and foreign countries. The answer to rural poverty lies within the restructuring and the reconfiguration of existing rural economies, putting rural communities and women at the forefront of the rural trade. Let us note that when you empower a woman, you're not only empowering her, but you're also empowering a child, you're also empowering youth, you're also empowering men. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable members, we now go online again, and the Free State member of the Executive Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development is the Honourable Rockman, who has 10 minutes to debate. Honourable Rockman.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Deputy Minister and Honourable members. It is both an honour and a profound responsibility to acknowledge, celebrate and empower a constituency that forms the very backbone of our nation's food system, that is our rural women. One truth stands tall. If agriculture is the backbone of our nation, then women are at its heartbeat. Women play a vital, often underestimated role in agriculture. They are custodians of culture, community and cuisine, and are crucial to food security and household income. Their contributions extend beyond the farm, encompassing diverse roles in farm operations and community development. Despite facing systemic challenges and biases such as structural inequality, poverty and patriarchy, our rural women continue to be the silent architects of our nation's food security. This year's theme for International Rural Women's Day, it is not merely symbolic. It is indeed a call to conscious action and speaks directly to the heart of transformation, justice and sustainable development. The gender gap in food security and land tenure is not a natural occurrence. It is a legacy of patriarchal systems and colonial dispossession that stripped women of land and dignity. Our country has one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. We are a nation that has legislated equality, enshrined dignity, and outlawed discrimination. And yet too many of our people live under a cloud of food insecurity, institutionalized poverty and inequality, as well as structural unemployment. The problem does not lie with our legislative and regulatory frameworks. South Africa is a signatory to various international treaties, agreements and protocols, affirming gender equality, women's emancipation and equity. We affirm the rights of women in law, including through the Employment Equity Act, Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, and constitutionally enshrined rights. But in practice, a different truth unfolds where gender inequality persists. And it does so through limited access to land ownership, inheritance systems, and tenure rights, which many members today have reflected on. Restricted access to agricultural finance and credit facilities, inadequate infrastructure, irrigation and storage facilities, limited participation in decision-making structures and agricultural cooperatives, as well as the severe impact of climate change, which threatens livelihoods that depend on rain-fed farming. These are not abstract problems. These are the lived realities for the women of Kwakwa, Tabanshu, Wesselsbron and Botshabelo who continue to farm against the odds, often with little more than their determination and faith. The question of land ownership and tenure security remains one of the most pressing issues affecting rural women. Despite the progressive legal and policy framework we have built, customary practices and historical patterns of exclusion continue to deny many women equal rights to land. Without secure land rights, their ability to produce food, improve livelihoods, and contribute meaningfully to their societies is severely curtailed and compromised. Across the developing world, women make up almost half of the agricultural labor force. Yet, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization, they own less than 15% of land globally. In South Africa, rural women constitute a significant part of the agricultural workforce, often estimated between 50 to 60%. However, the patterns of land ownership remain skewed in favor of their male counterparts. Various studies have indicated that out of at least 722,000 hectares of agricultural land in our country, males account for 46% of ownership, while women own hardly 17%, whilst a further 19% is owned by both male and female as joint owners. This gross inequality undermines our collective efforts towards inclusive growth, equitable land reform, and sustainable food systems. The exclusion of women from land ownership, access to finance, markets, and education weakens the very foundation of our agricultural value chain. Therefore, the empowerment of rural women is not peripheral, but central to our national agenda of food security and rural transformation. It is not only land ownership that we should be concerned about, but critically also the conditions under which rural women work. The 2024 Commission on Gender Equality report entitled Do Women Reap What They Sow? The Experience of Women Farm Workers emphasizes that there is a need for a concerted effort to address gender disparities in land ownership, tenure security, and access to agricultural resources to promote gender equality and empower women in the agricultural sector. Furthermore, advocacy for better conditions, policies, and programs is crucial to closing the existing gender gap and improving the lives of farm workers. There is no doubt that such positive steps will lead to other benefits, as women's access and ownership of land reduces gender-based structural violence, exploitation, land underutilization, and poverty. To this end, our collective responsibility is to ensure that land reform, security of tenure, and the working conditions of rural women farm workers are gender responsive. This will require prioritizing women in land redistribution and restitution programs, ensuring that communal land governance structures recognize women as equal rights holders, strengthening beneficiary support to guarantee productive and sustainable land use, and ensuring that the working conditions of rural women constitute fair and just compensation for the labor they provide. Land must no longer be a symbol of exclusion. It must become a platform for empowerment, dignity, and shared prosperity. The gender disparity in land ownership has devastating consequences. It undermines food security, perpetuates intergenerational poverty, and curtails economic growth. Land security is therefore not just about property. It is power, it is peace of mind, and critically, it is a platform for productivity. Honourable Chair, food security is not merely about producing food. It is ensuring that all people at all times have access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food. Rural women are pivotal in this equation. They are the seed keepers, the livestock managers, the innovators, and increasingly the entrepreneurs of the green economy. Food security is a constitutional right enshrined in Section 27 of our Bill of Rights, and rural women are central to fulfilling that right as producers, as processors, and protectors of food systems. Studies by the Food and Agricultural Organization confirm that if women had equal access to reproductive resources, agricultural output could increase by up to 30% in developing countries, reducing hunger and poverty significantly. This aligns directly with the National Development Plan and the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 2 relating to zero hunger and Goal 5 about gender equality. It also resonates with the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which identified agriculture as a key driver of inclusive economic growth. The empowerment of rural women is therefore a strategic economic imperative. South Africa has made notable progress in recognizing women's rights in land and agriculture through our Constitution, the Land Reform Labour Tenants Act, the Extension of Security of Tenure Act, the CAS program, as well as Ilima Letsema. Through these pieces of legislation and programs, the government has prioritized support for women farmers through production input, access to markets, and training. In the Free State, for example, we have witnessed how women-led cooperatives, supported through the conditional grants, are transforming local economies from vegetable production in Tabanshu to poultry farming in Kwakwa. However, we must acknowledge that more can and must be done. These programs must be scaled up, better targeted, and linked with long-term mentorship and technology access to ensure sustainability. We cannot achieve gender equity in agriculture through rhetoric. It requires structural reform, targeted investment, and deliberate empowerment. It's also about economic agency. We must invest in the entrepreneurial capacity of rural women so that they are not confined to subsistence, but become active players in commercial value chains. This will require women-focused agricultural finance facilities with low-interest loans and microgrants, access to agro-processing infrastructure so that rural women move up the value chain, digital inclusion and mechanization, enabling rural women to access markets and technology, partnerships with various academic institutions to offer mentorship and technical training, as well as innovative programs, such as our structured incubated entrepreneurial program with the Da Vinci Institute. The program covers the value chain of food production and manufacturing. It also embraces the relationship of how to manage technology and innovation in an ecosystem and linking participants directly with markets, research, and the broader food industry. The majority of participants in this program is rural young women. Last week, Friday, we hosted the Women Entrepreneur Awards, where we acknowledged and celebrated the achievements of 14 women entrepreneurs in different categories in agriculture and agro-processing. And these achievements included our best female farmer worker for 2025 was Mekereling Magoma of the Pumelela Integrated Farming Project in Vrede.
Thank you, MEC. Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC Rockman. We move back to the chamber now, and the next debater is the Honourable Sitole on behalf of the African National Congress.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Deputy Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development, Honourable Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, Honourable MECs, Honourable Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Inhlikani. Land lies at the heart of our quest for a more just and prosperous South Africa. It is both an economic asset and a source of identity, as well as a critical symbol of citizenship in our history. As the African National Congress, we have recognized the critical task of unlocking the full potential of the land question to heal the division of the divided past. Indeed, as one of civil society analysis knows, South Africa's comprehensive land reform program is intended to redress inequity in land ownership and unlock the economic potential of land. The reality is that putting the land in more hands and supporting its productive use is key to confronting enduring race, gender, and class inequality. This is not an abstract ideal, but a founding constitutional promise, which finds resonance in Section 25 of our Constitution, which obligates us to address. Honourable House Chair, over the last decade, we have begun to see a real movement in addressing the land question and redressing the dispossession suffered by our people. For example, mid-2024, the restitution program has settled 83,205 land claims, delivering restitution to 2.3 million South Africans, including nearly 180 female-headed households. As part of its land acquisition strategy, the government is targeting to purchase 102.25 hectares of strategic land for redistribution. These figures, along with many stories behind them, give testimony to the steady and resolute acceleration in equitable land access. The ANC-led government announced the release of hundreds of state-owned farms for sale for a long-term lease for black farmers, explicitly prioritizing women, youth, and people with disability in the process. These measures are intended not only to correct apartheid-era dispossession, but to generate jobs, boost food production, and grow new generation of farmers to heal the deep division of our past. Crucially to this drive, it's clear that it's clear and compelling task to redress the division of the past and restore land ownership to our people. We cannot speak of progress without legal certainty. Honourable House Chair, as the Land Reform Committee of this August House, we recently noted to date no law or policy has been enacted to define the right of equitable access to land. The new Equitable Access to Land Bill is meant to fill that gap. It aims to create a clear legislative framework for land redistribution in line with Section 25, subsection 5 and subsection 8 of the Constitution, which oblige the state to take positive steps to ensure all citizens can obtain land equitably. In concrete terms, the bill will set out principles of access, criteria for identifying and selecting beneficiaries, and even establishing a register of agricultural land and a land tribunal. By codifying this element, beneficiary list and land ceiling and post-settlement oversight, the legislation will close loopholes in the old 1993 land law and finally make our promises enforceable. This is essential redress. Without such a framework, land reform efforts have too often been pressing or stalled. Honourable House Chair, equally pressing is tenure security in our communal areas, where millions of South Africans live under outdated laws. As the ANC, we have acknowledged that this compels us to move with greater speed to ensure resolute reforms. The Land Communal Land Bill, which will soon go out for public comment, will respond to Section 25, subsection 6 of the Constitution, which guarantees secure tenure of redress for communities made insecure by apartheid laws. This bill aims to harmonize land governance across former homeland and to provide a single, consistent legal framework. It is also intended to create a community land boards and registers that clarifies who can use and own land in every area. Critically, within this new order, we reaffirm our historic commitment to protect women's right to land tenure. We do so because, by current estimate, fewer than 5% of Black women in South Africa own land, which represent a gross injustice. We must collaborate and act with great speed to ensure that property rights are the foundation of true equality, especially in rural communities. Studies make it clear that when women lack tenure security, their ability to grow food and sustain household is undermined. Sorry. Yeah. Cheers. Since women are the primary managers of household nutrition, insecure tenure means rural families risk not producing enough to address food insecurity. In short, granting women full and equal land rights in communal areas is not merely a women's issue. It is essential to the food security and prosperity of entire village. Honourable House Chair, as the ANC, we are very aware that the land reform must also go hand in hand with support. Title deeds alone are not enough if new owners cannot farm or invest. That is why the department's program explicitly include post-settlement support. In fact, the Agriculture Land Holding Account, which is a government entity driving redistribution, had made clear commitment. Over the medium term, it will promote equitable land redistribution by acquiring new land, with 50% of the redistributed land set to be allocated to women, and the rest to youth and people with disabilities. Equally, it will prioritize the land development support program for distributed farms that have high potential but little current support. These words confirm that grants, training, and infrastructure will follow the new title deed. Farmers will get agri-rain input, extension services, and marketing help to make their project succeed. Only by coupling secure tenure with these development programs can we ensure redistribution lead to sustainable livelihood. Honourable House Chair, for us as the ANC, land is not just a parcel of earth. It is a catalyst for transformation. As Ruth Hall and Lungile Tebetsa remind us, in South Africa, land represents identity and dignity as much as wealth. Redressing land inequity is therefore a political and moral imperative. By putting land to produce use in the hands of many rather than the few, we confront multiple inequalities at once: economic, racial, and gender-based. Each hectare released to a family who can farm in it can create jobs, improve nutrition, and lift peoples out of poverty. This is why government has pledged that at least half of all redistributed agricultural land goes to women. With determination and focus, we will make sure land tenure and equitable ownership a reality. For women and men in towns and rural areas, a foundational steps towards the just, thriving society we all seek. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Stolle. And our next speaker is the Honourable Farmer.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, once again I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the one who sacrificed himself on a wooden cross for you and me. Today we mark International Rural Women's Day, a time to honour, reflect, and recommit ourselves to the cause of empowering rural women, the backbone of our rural economy, the custodians of biodiversity, and often the silent providers of food, care, and social stability. Yet, the disparity remains. Women in rural areas often face deeper discrimination than their urban counterparts in access to land, finance, infrastructure, markets, and decision-making. If South Africa is to overcome hunger, inequality, and rural poverty, we must close that gender gap. As the Patriotic Alliance, we affirm that food security and land tenure are inseparable. You cannot talk of one without addressing the other, especially in rural areas where subsistence farming and smallholder agriculture dominates. One, the gender gap in land tenure. Across many rural regions, women are excluded from land ownership or granted insecure tenure, even when they work the land. Cultural norms, patriarchal inheritance systems, and bureaucratic processes all conspire against them. Without secure tenure, women cannot invest in long-term improvements, fences, irrigation, soil regeneration, because they fear eviction or losing access. We must insist that land reform and restitution programs deliberately prioritize women's rights to land, not merely as beneficiaries, but as co-owners, decision-makers, and equal partners. The PA supports joint titling, spousal rights, and legal assistance to ensure women can assert claims without prejudice. 2, access to credit, inputs, and markets. Even when rural women have land, their ability to turn that land into livelihood is impeded by lack of access to credit. Inputs like seeds, fertilizers, tools, lack of training, and farm extension support tailored to their needs. Many agricultural funding schemes discriminate against emerging women farmers, requiring collateral or credit histories they obviously lack. We must overhaul agricultural finance to include gender-sensitive credit windows, grant support, input subsidies for women farmers, and training programs delivered in local languages and female-friendly modes. The Patriotic Alliance will push for these in budget votes for agriculture, small business, and finance. Honourable members, the PA supports this debate and its motion, but we demand that policies, budgets, and implementation match the rhetoric. Let us move beyond symbolic gestures and invest with urgency in rural women. Because when women farm, their families eat, their communities thrive, and our nation becomes stronger. If we truly believe in a South Africa that leaves no one behind, let us start by empowering the rural women who sustain the food chain, nurture our land, and carry the hopes of future generations. May their voices be amplified, their opportunities real, and their dignity fully restored. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, we now go back online and to Limpopo this time. It's the MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development from that province, and it's the Honourable Kekana. Honourable Kekana, you have 10 minutes.
Bokoto.
Honourable Kekana, I can see you've turned your mic on, but we can't hear you. Honourable Kekana, if I can ask you to please indicate that you are there, perhaps you can turn your camera on.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm here.
Please proceed.
Okay. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of the NCOP, and those who are collected virtually. Honourable Chairperson, today we gather to deliberate on a theme that goes to the very heart of our democracy and our collective vision for a just, inclusive, and food secure South Africa, empowering women to bridge the gender gap in food security and land tenure. When we speak of food security and land tenure, we are not engaging in abstract policy discourse. We are speaking about the right to live, to eat, to own, and to prosper. These are the foundations of dignity, and yet for far too long, women, particularly Black women and young women, have stood at the periphery of this promise. Honourable Chairperson, agriculture has historically been a male-dominated space. For generations, the image of a farmer was defined through the lens of men, often white men whose access to land, finance, and infrastructure was protected by law and tradition. Meanwhile, Black women tilled the soil, fed families, and sustained rural economies, but without the rights of ownership or the recognition of their contribution. We must acknowledge that this imbalance was not accidental, it was structured, and our duty now as policymakers and public representatives is to dismantle those very structures brick by brick, policy by policy. In Limpopo, Honourable Chairperson, we are proud to say that the winds of change are no longer a dream deferred. They are blowing with purpose. Our province has taken tangible steps to redress gender parity in agriculture and land reform. Through deliberate and targeted interventions, we are empowering women farmers and ensuring that they become rightful owners and producers in their own rights. Recently, our province showcased the remarkable achievements of women farmers whose resilience is transforming rural economies. They are not symbolic gestures. They are testimonies of a province determined to turn policy into practice. Let me gloat about Philistas Mankopodi Sekhale in Mpanama village, Sikukune district, affectionately known as Queen Agri, operates a 20-hectare farm in Limpopo where she produces livestock and crops used for products that are supplied to mega retailers. Today, as part of our support to her, our department is developing her land through boreholes, irrigation system, as well as a 30,000 capacity broiler house at the very same village. And the same young lady, just 28 years of age, has a diploma from our very own college, Tompi Seleka College of Agriculture, and a BTech in Agricultural Development and Extension from TUT. Our cabbage queen, another prosperity that we have experienced in Limpopo. Wendy Mushaha is receiving assistance from the Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for her farming business, which includes land development support like borehole drillings and land clearing, as well as commitment for future development from the Limpopo government. Honourable members, there are guiding policy instruments that already exist to pave the way. The White Paper on South African Land Policy of 1997 was visionary in its commitment to gender equality, calling for land to be registered in women and for women to be prioritized in land reform. The White Paper on Agriculture laid the foundation for an inclusive and productive sector. The Land Reform Gender Policy Framework identifies obstacles faced by women, from access to credit and extension services to cultural barriers, and proposes pathways for empowerment. Yet, these instruments remain only as powerful as our political will to enforce them. Today, I call upon this very legislative arm of governance, the National Council of Provinces, to fast-track the transformation of these policy frameworks into enforceable law. Let us not allow the good intentions of these white papers to gather dust. Let me move from the needle from policy pronouncement to practical implementation. The time to legislate gender equality in land ownership, tenure security, and agricultural participation is now. We must insist that land titles be registered in women's names, not just as dependents or co-signatories, but as rightful owners. We must ensure that the allocation of land under redistribution programs carries a mandatory gender quota, guaranteeing that at least half of new beneficiaries are women. Furthermore, we must address the structural and customary barriers that still deny women their inheritance rights. It cannot be that in a democratic South Africa, a woman's access to land is still dependent on the goodwill of others. In the same breath, Chairperson, we must strengthen access to credit mechanization and training for women farmers. It is not enough to hand over land if we do not provide the means to make that land productive and to make sure that we settle the issue of post-settlement land. Empowerment without resources is illusionary. Our budget frameworks, our agricultural support programs, and our partnerships with development institutions must all carry the face of a woman, a young Black woman who represents the future of sustainable agriculture in our country. Chairperson, there is a generational imperative. The inclusion of young women in agriculture is not a moral duty alone. It is an economic necessity. If we are to sustain our food systems, we must bring the energy, innovations, and entrepreneurship of young women into the heart of farming. In Limpopo, we have begun this journey through targeted youth and women initiatives that provide training, inputs, and mentorship. But much more must be done, and it begins here with the political will of this House. We must also confront the question of customary land tenure. While we respect our own traditional leadership, we cannot accept that the rights of women to own or inherit land are secondary. The constitution of our republic is clear. Equality before the law is non-negotiable. We therefore urge this House to strengthen oversight, to ensure that customary practice align with the supreme law of our nation, and to promote inclusive governance within traditional institutions. We have another farmer, a young female farmer, Mashudu Ramafalo, is a crop farmer whom we have supported with full comprehensive support. 10 hectare center pivot irrigation system and the state of the house pack house. She, however, has a land access challenge. The tribal council she plows now wants to negotiate new terms of lease simply because there is an activity at that farm. But the council forgets that there are jobs brought to the area and now wants to take away from the growth of that farm. We call upon the Land Reform Department to ensure access to land so that farmers such as Mashudu, who show absolute determination and potential to grow, can be able to work the land and in turn grow jobs and ultimately the economy. Chairperson, the truth is that women have always been the backbone of our food systems. They plant, they harvest, they feed our households, and they preserve our cultural heritage through the land. Empowering them is not a favor, it is an act of justice. It is about restoring balance to our economy and humanity in our governments. As we engage here today, let us do so with the courage to act. Let us ensure that when we next gather to reflect on progress, we speak not of plans but of results, of hectares of land in women's names, of cooperatives led by young women, of water rights, of access to the market, and of thriving rural economies where empowerment is visible and measurable. In conclusion, Chairperson, as Limpopo, we stand ready to work with the national government, our sister provinces, and the legislature to turn this vision into reality. For we know that when a woman farmer prospers, a family is. When a young woman has secure land tenure, a village flourishes, and when women are empowered, our nation becomes truly free. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC Kekana. I now call upon the Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honourable Litsike.
My colleague, the Deputy Minister, Honourable MECs, and also to dedicate this moment for the late Honourable Bains, where we dedicate this debate to fellow South Africans. Today we rise to mark the International Day of Rural Women observed globally. This day stands as a critical moment for global reflection on the indispensable contribution of women in rural communities, from food security, agriculture development, and the preservation of traditional knowledge systems. It compels us to acknowledge that women in rural areas are not merely beneficiaries of development programs, but they are custodians of seed diversity, the backbone of smallholder agriculture, and the primary guardians of food sovereignty in communities across the world. In our republic, this day calls on all of us to examine the geography of our democracy and the politics of space, the way in which space, place, and distance continue to define who accesses opportunity, who remains excluded, and who bears the cost of inequality. Our country's geography still mirrors inequality as the further you move from the city, the further you move from the opportunity. The contours of history, but also of poverty, inequality, and unemployment will still trace the fault lines of our history, where land was taken, where services are distant, where roads end, yet women's labor continue amidst these social and structural barriers. Our constitution is empathetic. that freedom must be a lived experience and not mapped out in urban skyline. Yet women in all their diversity still live in the edges of economic inclusion, particularly women in the rural communities. As long as women's time is consumed by survival tasks that social infrastructure should fulfill, their economic freedom remains deferred. We must appreciate that oppression is not experienced in silos. Gender, geography, race, class, disability, and sexuality intersects to shape who benefits from the system and who is burdened by it. Therefore, any attempt to empower women in rural areas must be rooted in intersectional justice. According to Stats South Africa, predominantly rural provinces such as Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal account for more than 45% of all women living below the upper bound poverty line. In these provinces, over 70% of households are female-headed households, yet have lowest access to land titles, formal credit, and internet connectivity. And as we advance interventions to respond to this call, we must remember that urban provinces such as Gauteng, with vast peri-urban and informal settlements, still carry the scales of rural life, and it must be that these provinces must also not be left behind. For inequality does not end with the city limits, it merely changes its form. This confirms what World Bank speaks to in the 2023 report, Inequality Study, which found that inequality is ruralizing, and that spatial exclusion now overlaps with gender and class, reproducing apartheid-era geographies of deprivation. Indeed, poverty has a rural face, and that face is overwhelmingly of women that till the soil but often do not own it. And it's shown in the UN Women Report, showing that globally women comprise approximately 43% of the agricultural labor forces in developing countries. Yet they own less than 20% of agricultural land with these disparities. Women are the ones who rise before dawn to fetch water, to plant, to care, to mend, and to hold together the fragile seams of rural life. I'm really raising all of these because when we speak about the care economy, women are at the center of it, and we've heard it from all members that articulates this particular point. So we need to deal with the invisibility. We need to speak about the unpaid labor. We need to speak about the undervalued labor that sustain families, communities, and even formal economy. The UN Women Report also speaks to this unpaid labor, and we are focusing on it even in our G20 priorities as economic women empowerment. Government is laying a foundation in this administration, including the work that has started with the previous ones. We're laying the foundation for care economy that values women's labor with our gender-responsive budgeting framework, ensuring budgets fund services that ease unpaid care, while the DDM model and the We Corner approach turn caregiving into dignified paid work opportunities. Despite this presence of the structural barriers, we witness the resilience and, of course, the women's attention to detail around transformation through geographical inclusion, but also putting modernization as a part of our effort. In Limpopo, women-led cooperatives such as the Chivase organic farmers are redefining land ownership by cultivating climate-smart crops and mentoring young women farmers. In KwaZulu-Natal, the Women in Maize program in Umzimkhulu has increased yields by 40% using drought-tolerant seed and cooperative marketing. In the Eastern Cape, Imbumba Nyaniso Cooperative has also worked towards a partnership with the traditional leaders to secure tenure rights for women. In the Northern Cape, women farm workers in Kakamas and Kiomas have become shareholders in Table Grape Cooperative, moving from labor to ownership. In the Northwest, the Bakhatle Women's Development Forum has reinvested mining royalties into agriculture, turning extensive work around geographies into regenerative economies. These stories of empowerment, supported by government, prove that transformation is possible. That is when women are given resources, they give back to renewal of the approach in the economic justice. Chairperson, empowerment cannot depend on isolated projects as it requires structural partnership and government-wide system that move in the same direction. This is the thinking that have shaped our Memorandum of Understanding between Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, which embeds gender, youth and persons with disability inclusion into agriculture and land reform programs, thus ensuring empowerment is measured through evidence, not assumption. Through this collaboration, we have seen concrete progress in that we speak to the issues around gender mainstreaming that have been institutionalized across programs, disaggregated data in improving visibility and planning, women's participation in growing in initiatives such as the GASP, as well as Imalitsema. Youth opportunities have been expanded through graduate placement and National Rural Youth Service Corps. Women landowners are receiving targeted support. The Land Development Support Program is also expanding. Now, this is really important when you look at the outcomes because that's what matters in showing the system that align data-driven planning that transforms the lives of women. But we must go further, ensuring that data does not only record who benefits, but determines how programs are designed, funded, and evaluated. Chairperson, our legislative program, the Women's Empowerment, Gender Equality Bill, the Disability Bill, the Public Procurement Act, and most certainly, the Expropriation Act must function partially, ensuring that gender equality is not only written into law, but realized in the lives of our people. I must emphasize both Honourable Billy and Boshoff made emphasis of certain aspects around Expropriation Act. Let's make it clear. These laws are not a mistake, not an act of charity. They are a deliberate instrument of justice, born from the recognition that the pain of our past did not fall unevenly. They are the tools through which we repair what history broke, the centuries that left Black people, particularly women, landless, voiceless, and economically disinherited. Through them, we affirm that transformation is not a privilege to be negotiated, but a promise to be fulfilled. For we know too well that neoliberal policies will not deliver transformation. Markets alone cannot mend the moral and material fractures of our past. Only developmental state, guided by justice and equality can. Honourable Chairperson, the approach of the district development model is central to this vision. It is not merely an administrative tool. It is partial justice instrument that recognizes that the distance between a government office and a rural village is not only kilometers, it is opportunity lost. While we acknowledge that the DDM has yet to reach its full implementation potential, it represents a correct posture to dismantle silo system that reproduce inequality and locate women at the center of integrated place-based development. Chairperson, the Women's Economic Assembly further embodies this partnership approach by bringing government, business, and labor under a shared accountability framework that has unlocked tangible procurement commitment for women-owned businesses, including in agriculture. We have institutionalized accountability through the gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework, ensuring that gender and youth indicators are embedded in government budget and plans. This shift, empowerment from aspirations to measurable accountability, aligning with the Public Procurement Act that speaks to targets, 40% for women, 30% for youth, and 7% for persons with disability. So we are intentional. But internationally, South Africa's opportunity under the G20 presidency, under this theme, solidarity, equality, and sustainability, is situate these national commitments in a global context, and through G20, Empower Alliance, we are advancing models where women, youth, and persons with disability are not taken just as token participants, but a central decision-making in governance, trade, and innovation. Because the world cannot claim progress if women in rural areas remain excluded from land, technology, and decision-making. Chairperson, the National Development Plan 2030 envisions rural communities with access to services, decent housing, and economic opportunities. But this vision cannot be realized unless we confront the spatial legacy of apartheid, a legacy of racial disconnect, but also geographical and gendered and generational issues that we are confronted. In our country, land remains more than a resource. It's a language of belonging and dignity. Land reform without gender equality is land reform incomplete. So as we look into this work, to liberate women is to reimagine the geography of opportunity in itself. A task to which this government, under the leadership of President Ramaphosa, remains steadfastly committed to, as it has been in the past 30 years. Honourable members, the whole of society must rise to the task. Government, private sector, traditional leaders, academia, and men themselves, together we must translate data into action, policy into practice, and space into justice. So let this International Day of Rural Women remind us that equality has a geography, and freedom must have an address. To every woman in rural areas from Lusikisiki to Bola, from Kuruman to Toyando, from Pokeng to Konini, we also say, your contribution sustains our nation, your voice shapes our democracy, and your dreams defines our collective future. It is important that we ensure the Freedom Charter, the promises of our Constitution, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and that no one is left behind from the distance because of their agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. We are now proceeding to the next speaker, who happens to be the MEC of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs in Mpumalanga, MEC Mweketsi. Over to you. She has joined in through the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Chair, and warm greetings to yourself, Honourable Chair, honourable members of the NCOP, fellow South Africans. It is both an honor and responsibility to rise today on this significant occasion, the commemoration of International Rural Women's Day. As we mark this day, we are called not only to reflect, but to act boldly and consciously in empowering rural women, especially in their fight for land rights and food security. Honourable Chair, rural women in South Africa are not marginal actors in our development story. They are essential pillars of family survival, community development, and food production. They till the land, raise children, care for elderly, and manage small-scale farming, often without recognition or proper support. In essence, Chairperson, they hold the rural economy together. Yet the reality is that rural women still face persistent barriers. They are less likely to own land, less likely to have secure tenure, and less likely to benefit from formal agricultural support system. This gender gap, especially in access to land and agricultural resources, deepens poverty, sustains inequality, and limits the full development potential of rural communities. As the African National Congress Chair, we recognize that rural women empowerment is not a peripheral issue. It is a central pillar of transformation, social justice, and economic development. It is for this reason that the ANC has placed gender equality and rural development at the center of our national agenda since 1994. The path has not been easy, but our commitment has remained strong. Honourable Chairperson, the ANC has introduced and supported a number of transformative policies aimed at redressing historical imbalances in land ownership, particularly as they affect women. The Land Redistribution for Agricultural Development, the Comprehensive Rural Development Programme, and the National Rural Youth Service Corps are just a few examples of transformative framework that have created access to land, skills development, and support for previously marginalized communities. In recent years, Chair, we have seen further strides through the development of legislation aimed at securing tenure rights for women, especially in communal areas. The ANC-led government continues to work on strengthening the Communal Land Tenure Bill, which aims to recognize and protect the rights of individuals and families, especially women living under traditional land governance. But, Honourable Chair, police only is not enough. Implementation must be accelerated and impact must be measurable. This is where provinces play a critical role. And I am proud to report that in Mpumalanga, we are turning policies into action. As in Mpumalanga, we are taking decisive steps to ensure that rural women are not left behind in land reform and agricultural development. Under the guidance of the African National Congress Progressive Framework, our province has committed to prioritize women in the redistribution of over 600,000 hectares of agricultural land. This initiative, Chair, is rooted in the principle of affirmative action, recognizing that land justice must be gender responsive. Furthermore, through our flagship program, Masibuyele Masimini, we are supporting smallholder farmers, many of whom are women with tractors, seeds, fertilizers, and technical expertise. This program, Chair, has helped to revive production in areas where land had gone fallow, allowing women to return to farming and improve food security for their households and communities. Women are being trained and supported to become commercial producers, processors, and owners in the agricultural value chain. It is no longer enough for women to be laborers, Honourable Chair, on the land. They must be owners, employers, and leaders in agricultural economy. Chairperson, through the Masibuyele Esibayeni program, we are supporting emerging livestock farmers, particularly women, by providing them with livestock such as goats and cattle, as well as access to veterinary services, animal health education, and improved rural infrastructure. This is a major step in enabling rural women to build sustainable livelihoods through animal husbandry and traditional but powerful pillar of rural wealth. Honourable Chair, this approach speaks directly to the ANC's commitment to radical socio-economic transformation, ensuring that ownership patterns change, resources are equitably distributed, and economic power is diversified. We must also acknowledge the progress made nationally under the ANC-led government in increasing the number of female beneficiaries of land reform, supporting women-led cooperatives, and improving access to financing through the Land Bank and other developmental finance institutions. These are not just numbers on the page. They represent real women whose lives are changing. But at the same time, Chair, we are not blind to the challenges that remain. We acknowledge that the pace of land reform, especially for women, must be improved. We must continue to engage traditional leadership structures so that customary systems evolve to support women's rights rather than limit them. And we must ensure that agricultural extension services are responsive to the unique needs of women, including training, access to market, and adapting to climate change. Honourable Chair, if we are to truly close the gender gap in food security and land, we must embrace a whole of government approach that places rural women at the center of development. This includes gender-responsive budgeting in rural development departments, disaggregating land reform data by gender, mainstreaming women voices in agricultural policy forum, and investing in infrastructure, safety, education, and healthcare in rural areas, because empowerment is about more than land, it's about dignity and opportunity. And let us also be clear, Honourable Chair, rural women are not waiting to be saved. They are already organizing, leading, and innovating in their communities. They are forming cooperatives, raising awarenesses about land rights, and finding ways to overcome the structural barriers before them. What they need is our support, not our charity, our political will, not our pity. Honourable Chair, as the African National Congress, we reaffirm today that land reform and rural development must be feminist in nature. Women must not only be counted, they must count in every decision we make. The goal is not only to feed families, but to transfer economic power, restore dignity, and lay the foundation for generational wealth among rural women. We do not claim perfection, but we do claim a deep historical commitment to the empowerment of the poor, the working class, and especially rural women. The journey continues, and we invite all partners across government, the private sectors, and civil society to join us in building a truly inclusive and transformed rural economy. Honourable Chair, the empowerment of rural women and equitable redistribution of land are not merely policy goals, they are fundamental pillars of the national democratic revolution that the ANC continues to advance. The NDR Chair calls upon us to uproot the triple challenges of colonialism, patriarchy, and capitalism that have historically dispossessed our people, especially rural women, by ensuring that rural women have secure access to land, resources, and opportunities. We are not only correcting historical injustices, but we are also building the foundation of a truly inclusive and democratic society. One where economic power is shared, social dignity is restored, and no South African is left behind. As custodian of NDR, it is our duty to accelerate this transformation with courage, unity, and unwavering resolve. The future of our country depends on it, and rural women hold the key to unlocking that future. Let us walk that path together. Rural women are the past, present, and future of this country. Let us give them what is rightfully theirs: land, opportunity, and power. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mweketsi. We're now proceeding to the next speaker, who is representing Salwa, Councillor Marakalala. She's also on a virtual platform. Honourable Marakalala. While she's still grappling with the connectivity, I suppose, we will now proceed to the next speaker on my list.
Honourable Chairperson.
Okay.
Honourable.
No, that's fine. You can proceed.
Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Deputy Ministers, Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable MECs, House Chairpersons, Honourable members, I rise today to contribute to this important debate on empowering rural women to bridge the gender gap in food security and land tenure. Despite their indispensable role, rural women do not enjoy equal power with men within food and agricultural systems. They earn less, face higher levels of food insecurity, and are disproportionately affected by hunger and malnutrition. Our planet has the capacity to produce enough nutrients, diverse food for everyone, yet hunger and malnourishment are on the rise worldwide. The COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with worsening climate crisis, has exposed and deepened these vulnerabilities. In 2020, approximately 2.37 billion people experienced food insecurity, a 20% increase from the previous year. The UN recent report titled Open Code Beyond COVID-19, a feminist plan for sustainability and social justice, close quote, calls for a bottom-up rebuilding of our global food systems. It emphasizes supporting rural women's livelihoods so they can produce and distribute diverse, healthy food with less than a decade left to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically Zero Hunger, Goal 2, and Gender Equality, which is Goal 5. It is urgent that we prioritize empowering rural women. The World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report, the WEFGG 2024, published in June 2025, paints a bleak picture ahead of us. It estimates that it will take approximately 134 years to close the global gender gap. The situation is even there for the sub-Saharan region, where only one country made it to the top 10, that is Namibia. This is an annual report that began in 2006, which benchmarks the current state and evolution of gender parity across 4 key dimensions: sub-indexes, economy, participation, and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. Note that all of these indexes affect rural women accurately. Indingani Mashanzi, a young, bright South African woman and activist, argues that deep-rooted cultural and religious beliefs continue to limit women's aspirations and reinforce gender equality in South Africa. Growing up in a rural community in Venda, in the Sacred Heart of Limpopo province, I experienced firsthand how traditional norms dictated and confirmed women primarily to the domestic and caregiving roles. A woman's path was not paved with choice, but with expectation. Ndingani's story encauses a tragic story of the average South African rural women. The NCOP must do all in our power to ensure that no rural woman is left behind as we continue to enjoy the fruits of our constitutional democratic order. Within the context above, I would like to raise the following 6 points. 1, the local government mandate in rural development. From a local government perspective, our role is clear. Municipalities are at the coal phase of community development. We are where policy meets people, where land, livelihoods, and leadership intersect. Local government has the constitutional mandate to promote social and economic development, spatial transformation, and environmental sustainability. This means municipalities must not only provide services, but also create enabling conditions for rural women to thrive as farmers, landholders, entrepreneurs, and decision makers. However, the reality in many rural municipalities remains stark. Women make up nearly 60% of the agricultural labor force in some regions, yet own less than 15% of agricultural land. Many rural women face barriers in accessing land rights, credit, agricultural inputs, markets, and information. And as climate change intensifies, women in rural areas, especially in smallholder and sustainable farming, bear the brunt of droughts, floods, and soil degradation. The local government sphere therefore plays a critical role in bridging these inequalities, not through policy pronouncement alone, but through local implementation, partnerships, and inclusive planning. Number 2, food security and the gender gap. Food security begins at the household level. When women have secure access to land, they grow food, feed families, and strengthen local economies. Yet without land tenure, their contributions remain invisible and undervalued. We cannot achieve national food security when half the farming population lacks secure rights to the land they cultivate. Local municipalities have been working to reverse This through integrated development plans, which is IDPs, local economic development, LED strategies, and spatial planning frameworks that prioritize women's inclusion in agriculture and rural enterprise development. Honourable Chairperson, but much more must be done. We must integrate gender-sensitive land use planning into municipal system, ensure that municipal commonage and land reform programs prioritize women beneficiaries, strengthen local partnership. Strengthen local partnerships with the Departments of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment to prioritize training, infrastructure, and climate adaptation tools specifically for women farmers. Number 3, Land Governance and Women's Agency. Perhaps here we should start by asking ourselves how much land has been acquired, assembled, and distributed to affirm economic status and role of rural women through our formal land reform program since its inception. In the recent state-led land assembly and redistribution program, it is estimated that only a mere 53,000 out of 700,000 hectares of state land release was allocated to women. This represents an insignificant 8% of the total distribution. What beats logic is the fact that this allocation decision by the state coincides with the National Statistical publication by Stats SA that found that women in South Africa make 51% of population by 2024. Whatever could be informing this logic in our policy making and political decision making, it certainly does not help to accelerate gender parity for rural women. We must move from land access for women to land governance by women. That means women must not only be beneficiaries, but decision makers, sitting on local land committees, traditional council, water user associations, and agricultural cooperatives. In many areas, municipalities are partnering with traditional leaders to promote gender inclusion in land administration system. This is a sensitive but essential dialogue, one that respects customary systems while affirming the constitutional principles of gender equality. Number 4, climate change resilience. Rural women are on the front lines of climate change. They are often the first to notice when rainfall patterns shift, when soil loses fertility, when rivers dry up, but they are also the first responders, adapting farming practices, saving seeds, conserving water, and preserving indigenous knowledge. Municipalities working through district development model frameworks have a responsibility to determine climate risks and vulnerabilities and develop response plan in line with the Climate Change Act. They also have to integrate climate resilience and gender equality into local development plans. This includes supporting women-led cooperatives in climate-smart agriculture, providing training on water harvesting, composting, and drought-resistant crops, and ensuring that disaster management plans account for the specific vulnerabilities of rural women farmers. Number 5, SALGA's role in strengthening municipality capacity and women's empowerment. Honourable Chairperson, SALGA's initiatives include gender mainstreaming and institutional support. SALGA has developed a gender equality framework for local government, guiding municipalities to integrate gender perspectives into planning, budgeting, and service delivery. In support for establishment of gender focal points and women's forum within municipalities, providing platforms for rural women to engage with decision makers. The SALGA Women's Commission. Through the SALGA Women's Commission, SALGA works to increase women's representation in political and administrative leadership, ensuring their voices shape policy, including on land, agriculture, and economic development, local economic development, and rural economics. SALGA promotes inclusive LED programs, supporting municipalities to unlock rural economic opportunities in agro-processing, small-scale farming, and ecotourism. It assists municipalities to design pro-poor procurement strategies that benefits women-led enterprises. Climate and resilience partnership. SALGA is collaborating with national departments.
Honourable Marakalala, I'm afraid your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're now proceeding to the next speaker on my list, Honourable Mukai.
Honourable
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Ministers in our midst, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. The revered anti-colonial and political activist Mahatma Gandhi once said, and I quote, "Rural investment is a seed that grows into national prosperity," close quote. Through this quote, Gandhi was teaching us that when you also prioritize and give due attention to the development of our rural communities, this in turn will further propel our nation to prosperity. Many rural communities in South Africa are trapped in the periphery of our economy. It does not assess the situation that massive land is lying fallow with no productive economic activity in many parts of our countryside. Honourable Chairperson, it is important that we note and understand the demographics of our rural spaces. It is crucial we recognize the complexities of our country when we consider any solution on rural development and policy making. This will underscore the need for a whole-of-society approach that is sensitive to the varied rural experiences within the South African borders. My colleagues, Honourable Billy and Honourable Boshoff, detail the points required to empower rural women and emerging farmers, which has had great successes, especially provinces such as the Western Cape. It is concerning that many speakers have failed to comprehend the issues we are discussing in this debate. The demographic, economic, and political weight of rural South Africa is significant, housing a sizable population and comprising the vast majority of the nation's land. Since the dawn of democracy, strides have been made. However, rural communities still remain affected by the harsh realities of inequality and unemployment. Yes, despite budgetary constraints, some rural municipalities have made progress in the provision of essential services such as water and sanitation, but the majority of rural South Africans exist in desperate circumstances. To address this, our country needs a comprehensive and workable rural development strategy that is adequately funded with tight controls and enhanced oversight so that we safeguard state resources. This is important so that we prevent fraudsters who are only focused in their narrow interests, like we've seen with the Tembisa Hospital saga and many others who steal from the poor. Academic experts and development practitioners propose that our country initiate innovative service delivery models that are tailored to the rural dynamics, as I explained earlier, particularly those targeting women. Additionally, they argue that we need to foster collaborative governance that can engender ethical leadership. Honourable Chairperson and members, such leadership must be insightful, empowering, and present, with a clear vision to navigate our unique rural landscape. The Democratic Alliance believes that rural-sensitive, opportunity-driven policies are key to unlocking South Africa's growth, ensuring every community can thrive, not just survive. We believe clamping down on corruption and wastage should be our uppermost obsession. Leadership should have zero tolerance to the culture that robs from those most vulnerable in our society. Indeed, rural development in our country begins with a deeper moral commitment from all of us. There is a massive potential to unlock in these communities, including in sectors such as agriculture, cultural tourism, and in some areas in mining. However, without the will to do right, many people in the rural parts of our country will continue to suffer. We must recognize the economic potential of rural South Africans, which is essential for targeted policy interventions to stimulate growth, support sustainable agriculture, and foster broader economic development. And as I said earlier on from the quote by the revered activist Mahatma Gandhi, who taught us that let us commit to genuine rural development and not political gimmick that we often witness even in this house. And with those words, Honourable Chair, I thank you. Ke a leboga, baie dankie.
The next speaker on my list is Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Let me stand on the protocol already established. I rise today to reaffirm our ANC historic commitment that no one in South Africa shall go hungry. We say this because the Freedom Charter, which was an anti-apartheid manifesto for a democratic and non-racial South Africa, adopted on the 26th June 1955, and promised that, I quote, all the land will be redivided amongst those who work it to banish famine and land hunger. Further, food shall be plentiful and no one shall go hungry. Close quote. These are not empty slogans, but the solemn pledges of our people democracy. Our constitution enshrines the right of sufficient food and water for every citizen, recognizing that the security is a matter of human dignity and social justice. Yet today, despite decades of freedom, hunger still stalks too many households. The very same Freedom Charter we honor demands actions. No baby, no man, women lies in the bed hungry. Honourable Chair, I can stand with pride in this house that as a woman from a rural area in the Free State, Kwakwa, when I was deployed here in Parliament last year, my health condition was very bad. And the woman who led this institution, one day, Honourable Deputy Minister, saw me when I was stepping down the pass. She then came to me and said, Madlamini, I always ask you, how are you? You always say you are fine, but I can see you are not fine. And today, I'm going to make sure that you are no longer going to travel with the bus. And from that day, all obstacles that were before my assistance as a woman living with a disability in this house were resolved. Honourable Fifi Motswani-Tshipedi, our chair, we see you. This is exactly what the ANC strategy and tactics instruct us, that particularly attention should be paid to conditions of the poor in rural areas, explicitly including female-headed households. Let us remember that millions of South Africans rely on local farms and gardens to survive. For them, hunger is not a statistics, but a daily reality of their lives. Honourable Chairperson, we must therefore honour the Charter's call by empowering women, farmers, as stewards of our food sovereignty. Food sovereignty, the right of people to save nutritious food and the ability to produce it, means putting the land resources into the hands of communities. Honourable Chair, earlier on, Honourable Billy was saying, let less than 11% of the land that is in the hands of government be the one that is expropriated and shared among the South Africans. I'm not sure what is going to happen with the more than 89% of land that is in the hands of the private sector and certain individuals in this country. Must we close our eyes and ignore that reality? The answer is no, Honourable Billy. That 89% must also be expropriated and be divided amongst the South Africans. As Lavia Campesinas explained, food sovereignty includes the true right of food and to produce food, including access to land. In practice, this means our rural grandmothers and young mothers can farm the land to feed their families and communities, rather than being dependent on corporate supply chains. Honourable Chairperson, our founding Women's Charter and Freedom Charter both envisaged in society, women enjoy equal rights and opportunities. In the Freedom Charter itself, we see that all people shall have equal rights and all shall have the right to occupy land wherever they choose. Yet even as the land is being reformed, women farmers often lack means to succeed. Honourable Chairperson, agricultural experts warn that without this support, land ownership on its own will not transform the lives of claimant communities. For women-led smallholder farms, this support must include access to finance, access to markets, secure water rights, and technical know-how. These inputs, capital irrigation tractors, quality seeds, and extension services are exactly what the Freedom Charter promised. When it pledged that, I quote, the state shall help the peasants with implements, seed, tractors, and dams to save the soil and assist the tillers. We must fulfill that promise for women farmers today, close quote. Honourable Chairperson, beyond support, we must promote women's collective power. Women-led agricultural cooperatives and community-run agro-processing ventures can anchor local food systems. When women pool their resources and share knowledge, they unlock economies of scale stability. Honourable Chairperson, to achieve this, we must remove the barriers that hold women smallholder back. Too often, women farmers face restrictive licensing, prohibitive fees, and exclusion from formal markets. We must tear down these barriers. We must ensure that our economy is realized and degendered at every link in the food chain. We must ensure that women are able to register their businesses easily, secure licenses for stalls or trucks, and gain preferential access to supply contracts. If our women can farm tomatoes, poultry, or maize, they should also be able to sell this to retailers and schools at fair prices, not to be stranded with spoiled harvest because of red tapes or lack of support. We need the hearts, like the heart of the Honourable Chair of this House, that will see and read beyond the colour lines that there is a problem in the rural area, in another woman, in another human being. Honourable Chair, the Freedom Charter reminds us that all people shall have equal rights to trade where they choose, and that all industry and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people. Today, that call urges to put farmers' well-being first. This is so because nearly 7 in 10 females-headed homes in South Africa cannot reliably put food on the table. This is unacceptable for a democratic society. We must equip our women with the resources to feed their communities. By supporting women farmers, we honor the Charter's injunction, not only banishing famine, but also ensuring food sovereignty for all. Together, we must build value chains that include women at every step, from seedling to supermarket. We must implement integrated anti-poverty programs that empower women farmers and integrate them into fully economy. In closing, Honourable Chairperson, I want to say the freedom from hunger was not achieved in a day. It is a process that needs a political will. Of course, Honourable Mokai, we are politicians. We are going to politic because everything that we do every day is politics. Therefore, there is no way this house, we can divorce ourselves from politics. We are politicians, we are going to politics because that is the way we are going to represent our people who send us here. They send us here because they understood that we are politicians and we are equals to the task. I want to say the freedom of hunger was not achieved in the day, and it will not be achieved without our decisive action. Our Freedom Charter pledges that no one shall go hungry, yet for millions that promise remain unfulfilled. Let us recommit here and now to make those words a lived reality by championing women-led agriculture, women cooperatives and barrier-free access. We will restore dignity and hope in the spirit of the Charter and the Women's Charter before it. We will ensure that every South African, especially every woman in every rural village, has the means to feed herself and her family. That is the true measure of the freedom we fight and fought for. So, Honourable Chair, on those few words, I would like to say, phambili ngembokodo zethu and leaders, Madam Chair, our support and care behind you is unconditional, and it's really a reality, and we are going to ensure that this House will deliver to its mandate until this term come to an end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dlamini. I now have an honor to invite Deputy Minister, Land Reform, Honourable Mathilda, to close the debate.
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Deputy Ministers, Minister and the Presidency, MECs on the platform, SALGA representatives. As we close this important debate, let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. The empowerment of rural women is not peripheral policy. It is the foundation of inclusive growth and sustainable development in South Africa. Throughout our deliberation, one message has remained clear and constant, despite being framed differently but clear and constant. Rural women and girls are not passive beneficiaries of progress. They are its builders, custodians of food security, the stewards of the environment, and the anchors of community life. Yet, despite their vital contribution, they still face unequal access to land, finance, technology, and opportunities. Let us continue our work in our respective positions, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, to tackle these challenges. The NARISEC that I spoke about earlier on stands as one of the key pillars of our rural development strategy. It is not merely a skills development employment initiative, it is a transformative platform, providing young people with practical skills, accredited training, and clear pathways to employment or enterprise creation, including cooperatives. In every NARISEC cohort, we make sure that 60% of recruits are women. And we have been very successful in the past 3 years. And this was not an accident. It was deliberate, progressive action. True empowerment, honorable members, demands that we confront the structural barriers that persist, including gender-based violence and femicide. Looking ahead, our commitment is very clear. Rural development must remain gender responsive and climate smart, and we will continue to expand rural women access to land and resources, promote innovation and technology, and build resilient rural communities founded on equality and opportunity. When rural women advance, honorable members, South Africa advances. When they are skilled, employed, and empowered, our economy flourishes. Let us therefore move forward, united in purpose and steadfast in action, to build a nation where every rural woman has the means, the right, and the confidence to shape her own destiny. Honorable members, I think we must be frank, very frank. You know, in politics, for you to become a good politician, there are two very clear, very important principles that you must never ignore. One is revolutionary morality. Two is political consciousness. That must guide your political framework, so that you must understand that in history, it's not just his story. You must see the future in history. Let me tell you why. And this is not political gimmick. The segregation policy that was called territorial separation began in the Western Cape here in the 17th century under Jan van Riebeeck and Rietvlot van Huisen, targeting the Khoi people through land disposition and conflict. This formed part of the broader separate development agenda, and under apartheid, the creation of Bantustans. Those rural areas that were created to be systematically underdeveloped, to serve as migrant labor reserves. Therefore, comparing the development enclaves in the Western Cape to the former Bantustans ignores this long history of land disposition, racial separation, and the roots of the differences between the two. You know, the Western Cape was created as a destination, or perhaps should I say, a reserve for British, or a jewel of British political rule. Hence, it is like it is today. As a result, providing rural women with access to land must be a priority. However, this is hindered, among others, by rising farm evictions in the Western Cape's high-value agricultural areas. This is land where women have worked for generations as both enslaved and dispossessed people. And these evictions are driven by those who benefited from colonial and apartheid privileges. This wealth created...
Honourable Deputy Minister, I'm afraid your time is up.
Thanks.
Honourable Deputy Minister, Land Reform, as well as Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we would like to take this opportunity and thank you for participating in this important debate. And accordingly, we echo the same sentiments to the permanent delegates as well as special delegate who has joined in, and we cannot forget Salga as well, who has joined in and partake into this debate. We really thank the valuable inputs that have been made here, which we believe, Honourable Deputy Ministers, this will then transform into policy reforms that sought to put the women in rural areas to the front. And we must call it that it cannot happen under our banner, that rural women still endures the pain that they've been suffering over the years. Economically, they are at the receiving end of our economic activities and equally the development. It is these houses and the executive that must make sure that we put them to the front of everything. When you speak about deliberate, transformative policies, that should also translate to these women who are in dire need to change the livelihoods of their families and the communities in which they live in. Having said that, we once again want to thank you for partaking in this important, very emotionally charged. I've been listening with enthusiasm of all the speakers, and I can say that you have been passionately speaking out your feelings, relating their life stories, the programs that have been initiated by the province as well. They came out very clearly. This is indicative of a government that is in work, that is trying and doing its best to transform the lives of our people. Having said that, we thank you once again, and the sitting is adjourned. And please remain sitting until the procession has left the chamber. Thank you.
Recording stopped.